into mommy already. I mean, I could probably fuck it up completely for them. don't say that. Alright, let's use my 2 legs. What are you doing there, Helix? Really? Bad alligator. Sit there! God damn it. Does not respond and does not respond. Does not respond. game of hot and cold here. Does not respond. Does not respond. Does not respond. Alright, somewhat near. Like mommy, I'm a drone. I mean, I'm gonna use it immediately, destroy it, because, there we go. This is the S rink. Hey sunshine dear, how is your morning going? Not running and gunning today? A somewhat slower start? Oh my, me, oh my, oh my. I mean, I'm almost ready with like leveling everything. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Never mind. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 already leveled. I'm over halfway. Damn it. Alright, let's go say hi to Honeybee. Oh. What's here? There we go. guess not. The real volatile. Man, stop it. Ow. Uh, let's get the fuck out of here. Run. the best go round and round. Bam. LB3! No! We died! He just couldn't deal with the damage. Oh wait, the healer is up. Oh no, the healer survived, so yeah, apparently we did survive. I ain't complaining, I'm just pressing my buttons to do more damage. Oh boy. Nope. Healer is dead again. Ah, everyone's dead. Yes, yes, thank you. You will die now too. First one they need to have, I mean. was thinking to myself like I'm okay with taking one hit, and then he went for the other side, went for the same side, and I was like shit, I'm not good for 2 hits. Yeah, I was fine for 1 hit, not 2. Oh, come on. Just involve this one if you can. Let's kill the bitch. Thank you. To be honest, I didn't really want to give it to the healers, but that you not want to hear this? Because we died twice because of not. Well, we died once or twice because. Well, once personally, once the rewind because not enough reviews. I get it.
You have led your troops along desolate roads to face the invaders.
Hey, what's up guys, we're here. So today we're going to cover some big VTuber and art related drama. But first, it is the end of the month and that means God for forced controversy and virtue signaling from Twitter users. He is someone we have talked about multiple times on this channel. We're going to do it once again today. So Kevin is an artist who makes VTuber assets and also rigs VTuber models, including for some people who are very popular like Mint Maid, Mataracon, and even Iron Mouse. And recently, Kevin made this post, which would spark a ton of drama. So it's captioned, "Do you like chubby fit Mitsuri?" And you can see his character right here, obviously inspired from Demon Slayer. But there'd be a lot of controversy surrounding this use of the phrase chubby fit and what that means. And Kevin would clarify, saying this is what he really meant by the use of that phrase. Basically, it's a skinny girl who has a little bit of a tummy or thicker thighs. However, you can see that there's nearly 4,000 quotes, most of them negative, on this post. What is going on here? Well, this isn't just about criticism of that use of the phrase chubby fit. This goes way beyond into dogpiling and virtue signaling about this post and the artist who made it. And here's a good example of how disingenuous and hypocritical a lot of this outrage is. You have this VTuber saying, "I probably got blocked for politely asking him not to advertise sexual VTuber assets using an underage character to model for it, you know, so people don't accidentally promote / like sexualizing underage characters." And of course, Curry Renji here with these great screenshots. "Your likes may be private, but screenshots are forever." And as he points out on this VTuber's other account, they do furry art, and they also have underage characters being sexualized in the likes of that account too, making them a giant hypocrite. But here is the top replies to Kevin's post. You can see this is not curated, this is just the top group here, all of them having thousands of likes and all attacking the same thing. They're all saying this character is not chubby. And one thing you can say is right off the bat, they're arguing over a phrase he didn't use. He used the phrase chubby fit, but every single person
That's my response. That's all the response I've got for you. Chubby fit, chubby has the same word in it, has a different meaning. It's drama for nothing because it's a quote unquote chubby model. Fuck you. Or this is one of the most boringest drama I've ever met. Jesus fucking Christ.
Here has removed fit from that equation, and now they're arguing about what is actually chubby. And you can see some people have a very subjective view of what makes a character chubby. Some people in the quotes are trying to claim this is chubby. But if you look at this comment right here, I want to single this one out for a second. They say this body's not chubby, it is a normal and healthy body. Labeling it as such perpetuates harmful stereotypes and unrealistic beauty standards. Posts like this are the reason so many people have body issues. Now, I get what they're trying to say here, and I mean this with no flame. I'm not trying to flame this person, but the second you start comparing your real life body to an anime character, you lost. You're gonna be disappointed. They're not realistic. Of course, they're hyper fit or made in a certain way because they're drawings. You can make them as perfect as you want. So this is a bad standard to work with, but while some users had some, reasonable attempts at an argument here, like they're not trying to be super disrespectful, if you go to the quotes, you see crazy stuff. You see dozens of posts like this. This user saying, I think we should kill all men at this point. This person saying, game end yourself. This person saying, I'm going to take my life in front of you. This person saying, chubby in quotes, just tell me to game end myself. This person saying, this is why women keep getting diagnosed with eating disorders.
No. Man, I don't even want to talk about it because it's such a nothing burger, I swear to God. On the other hand, it is VTubing, so. Because you use the word chubby fits, chubby. Like, I don't even see anything wrong with calling someone chubby. I'll just have to look at myself, and I know that I have like this. I don't know how you should describe it. Some people call it that, but for me it's just like we call it beer bellies. I don't know. At this point, I'm also beyond the part where I'm like, I care too much about this drama. I just am interested in what they were saying, and it's nothing much. So I hope something else pops up, or else this is going to be a boring nothing burger.
So you look at these quotes, and there's dozens like that, and you're like, wait a second. This isn't just about criticism of the term chubby fit and how it was applied to that character. There's something going on here that's way beyond this. And this whole thing, the amount of reaction that Kevin has gotten for this post, is the result of dogpiling. People want to dogpile on him because it is the flavor of the month. Going after Kevin is something that people see as popular and safe, and they do it for clout and attention. So it's very obvious, and it's reflected in a lot of the responses like this. So this user captured a screenshot of a tweet that's now deleted from another VTuber where they say, I am begging the VTuber community to stop using him, Kevin, for rigging, just because of Iron Mouse. I blocked him so long ago for the whistle, and now this stuff comes up. And we're going to hear a lot of conversation about this whistle asset in just a second here. So here's another VTuber saying this. The chubby model drama with Kevin is pretty obvious he's trying to distract with his new Mitsuri model, so everyone forgets about his previous lolicon models / assets he's done in the past. Like, remember the R-word whistle assets? Why make that in the first place? And then this user says his work is abhorrent. People need to be shamed for stuff like this. So they're referring to an asset that Kevin made a few months ago, this sus buzzer asset. So what's this all about? Well, this came from the music video Lolly God Requiem by Shigure Ui, a very popular and well-liked VTuber. This video that the asset is inspired by has over 100 million views on YouTube. But people are not calling out Shigure Ui, who made this video, and this buzzer that inspired the asset, because that would get them backlash. Instead, they...
So, let's be honest, she has 100 million views. I never saw this video. I don't even know who this VTuber is, to be honest, so yeah.
Tag Kevin for his asset that's inspired by this
I
video.
think we're a bit too far in the...
They think they can say whatever they want about Kevin because they want to join in on the dog.
I think we're a bit too much into the let's defend lolicons everywhere, cause some are good, some are bad, as with everything.
Pile, and it's very obvious their standards are very skewed.
I don't really care for it.
The video that has over 100 million views, but they will very happily call out Kevin. Continuing on in that conversation, This person says, yeah, hope he stops getting work from the shoujo at this point. This is disgusting. And then the V2 responds saying, it would be so embarrassing for at Iron Mouse tagging her to get any other assets or models from him when they have such.
Look, buddy. Here's the thing, right? Iron Mouse could do almost everything. Like I saw. Like, no offense, but I think she can do a lot and get away with it just because most of his viewers will protect her. So this entire model thing is even a minor. It would be like if he did something wrong, except for like making that whistle thing and then calling this chubby, which is, in my opinion, like a nothing burger. As I said, it's really nothing that he has done. But if they're going to go like, yeah, Iron Mouse don't get another one from this, like, my dude, she isn't going to listen to anything you're saying. Why would she? On one hand, she does whatever the fuck she wants, and two, if you're going to say anything about her badly, you will know how it feels to have a few million people jump on you.
Better choices in artists and riggers. So here is the issue here. It's not just about fair criticism of the term chubby fit, like I said. Now they're trying to literally hurt his bottom dollar. They're trying to hurt him financially by shaming people like Iron Mouse so they won't work with him anymore. That is insane. Now, I don't know Iron Mouse, but from the way she has publicly carried herself over the years, I think she would be very, very offended by what you're trying to do here. You are trying to shame her into basically bending to.
Look, you said, I don't know Iron Mouse, she hasn't responded. Don't say like, I think. Alright?
Model for some of his assets, or since this is trending, I guess I should share my experience. We were mutuals, and he blocked me just for commenting on his post, where it was revealed that he literally uses rigging templates. Please support riggers who actually rig from scratch. So this is a very odd thing. I've seen a lot of artists comment on this, and they say using templates like this is very common. In fact, it's working smarter, not harder. Like, this is not something that should be used to shame or criticize Kevin. It's a very unfair thing to do, and it's disingenuous. They're only doing this and trying to demonize it because it's Kevin, and they're trying to attack this guy for attention. Not gonna lie, that's childish and cringe as hell. Not everyone's gonna like you, but he's free to block whoever he wants. I'm not upset since I never followed him. I just find it funny. Yeah, he's free to block whoever he wants you, or they don't want to engage with your content, so I don't know. And the VTuber responds saying, I don't think he is. He makes inappropriate assets and demonstrates them on an underage character. He practically scams his clients with his rigs, and I've seen him respond to criticism very negatively most of the time. So there's a lot to unpack in a very short statement. So number one, we know what the issue is, okay? It's not about any sort of criticism. It's about the fact that you don't like where they write a whole bunch of word salad and at no point gives care. And it's the fact that Kevin is following this end wokeness account. So they're literally follow policing him.
Oh no, he's following an end wokeness account. My lord.
But on top of that, we would see some people respond, and I think, and actually make their ask for you to directly fix my art. You could have just told me your input without touching my drawing. Chubbiness have different sizes and body shapes to it, and they have it right here. However, even this would be wrong, and they would literally do a I fixed your art moment right here soon, but that doesn't give you the explaining what's going on and why they're blocking certain people and what their thought process was with all you use slurs. This character, in fact, they would make another post after that jokingly saying, guys, what song is this and why is she at the end of the day, like I said multiple times in this video, it's not about any sort of fair criticism. It's not about actually caring about towards those legit.
Yeah, so this entire thing is one, he is defending the guy because he said chubby fit and people are angry because he made an asset for someone who made a song about it with lollies. Who the fuck cares? None of the VTubers will give a shit. He himself shouldn't give a shit. Just some angry trolls. Move on, my man.
No, seriously, look, I got this one dressed as a cat in Canada, and I'm pretty sure that's like bonus walk points to put on my LGBTQ card. Take it away, Cappy.
Oh fuck, so it does.
How's it going, Maurice? Like?
Why the fuck is... I hate this already. I'm literally 15 seconds in and I'm like, what is this? Ah, there's a bonus points on my LGBTQ card. On your what card now? Does that shit even exist? Please stop it. Just stop.
I'm If, the lot of folk that can in fact believe it's not butter, and today we are back with a review about as predictable as an advertising apology. Yes, not unlike my creepy gardener who saw me from under this one, but as a deep law enthusiast with a borderline chaotic personality, I had about as much chance successfully avoiding this topic as Internet Anarchist did with basically every drama on the internet ever. God, that guy's videos are pure crack to my senses on an evening. I have no idea why. But I digress. Welcome to my in-depth review of Woklamar, aka Lamati, and return of my patent pending, but not really, good, bad and ugly format. But first, a double disclaimer. First and foremost, here there be spoilers. If it isn't already obvious, this video will contain spoilers for the Dawn Trail MSQ. If you haven't played it yet, be warned, proceeding without expecting spoilers is like expecting a member of the Hollywood elite to not be a P. Oh right, I've been told to clean up my language. Compose yourself, mate, you got this. Be warned, proceeding without expecting spoilers is like expecting a member of the Hollywood elite to not be a very naughty boy. Seriously, there'll be major plot details discussed, so if you're not caught up, now's the time to hit pause, grab some snacks and finish the story. Only a true adventurer would brave these spoilers unprepared, and I really don't want you to miss out on the full experience of discovering Woklamat's journey for yourself. Secondly, I
What
mentioned
journey?
this because of how divisive it can be, but my test audience insisted that not mentioning it could be seen as trans erasure. For the record, I'm about as political as a half-eaten ice cream covered in sand and seagull droppings. So I'll say this once, and then drop it. Yes, Woklamat's voice actor is a trans woman. This fact has nothing to do with my praise or criticism of their work and has no bearing on my points. If you think I'm about to go on a DEI rant, you're mistaken. Leave now. Yes, the Darwin corn symbol on it. Similarly, if you believe that the actor's gender identity means I can't objectively assess, praise and criticise the quality of their work in Dawn Trail, you're equally mistaken. Feel free to leave as well. Yes, same door. There's a certain...
Who cares if she is a fucking trans woman that does the VA? I want good VA. And that I did not get. Well, I would say mediocre probably. But for the budget they had, they probably should have paid her enough to give like a stellar performance, I presume. And what we get is mediocre, so no, I am not too happy with it. But yeah.
Knives on the table. Bite it out. Let me know who wins.
Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull flown.
Anyways, let's begin with the good.
Alright, what is the good?
Design. I had to mention this first because, furry or not, I doubt there is anyone out there who doesn't currently appreciate the design direction they were.
Agreed. The design is very good.
With female Hrothgars. She's cute in her own way, and I'm happy to see that apparently the women in the world of Hrothgars appreciate the benefits of good posture. No.
That's not really immediately what I was going for, but I was like more like I like the outfit style.
But seriously, this is a problem in WoW too. Why do chunky males look like they're 5 years away from chronic sciatica? Anyways, I digress. From the turban to her general coat with bright, vibrant colours, exposed fur and bindings of her adornments, it's a nice blended Turalian culture that
Yeah.
is a promise. And let's be real, most people appreciate an exposed stomach. I'm here for it. 2 thumbs up. The motivations. Woklamat's story initially delves deep into the heritage and traditions of the Memorial Jar tribe. Her journey through the Rite of Succession unveils the tribe's origins, values and customs, highlighting a rich historical backdrop to the new world we're about to explore in the final Fantasy XIV saga. As the story progresses, we venture into the...
I agree with this one, but this is all still from the begin quest. So yes, I agree with everything in the begin quest. The begin quest with Wuklamat were actually perfect.
diverse cultures and regions of Tyrol, inspired by Latin American countries. From the mercantile-focused Pelu Pelu to the vibrant bird folk of the Hanu Hanu, their interactions reveal a rich tapestry of cultural practices and beliefs. The narrative tackles profound themes such as the clash between tradition and modernity, the significance of legacy, and the responsible use of technology. These elements add a philosophical depth to her character and enrich the overall narrative of Dawntrail. Wuklamat's pursuit of her dreams, following in her father's footsteps, mirrors the paths we tread throughout the early stages of the story. This parallel enhances the resonance of her journey, making it a compelling part of a larger tale. Not without flaws, but enough to get a mention here. I enjoyed this for the most part, besides the points I'll bring up later. Her growth, facing personal trials and interacting with diverse...
What growth? Please.
cultures, Wuklamat learns to balance her ideals with the pragmatic needs of her people. This growth...
No. No. She just goes like, you go somewhere, it's, yes, we need to learn about you so I can solve your problems, and then she solves it on the basis of those people, not anything like Turali. It's more like this part of Turali should be gone like this. I get what he is aiming at, but let's be honest, she gets like 1 or 2 lines of dialogue about a culture and she goes like, I know the culture now. No, you didn't. No, you don't. Like, you know one part of a culture.
is reflected in her decisions and actions, making her journey compelling and oftentimes relatable to players. And I must say, it's nice to have a story not focused around us for a change. It almost feels like we're a mentor in this setting, and whilst I understand some people have not quite enjoyed it as much, I most certainly have. Maybe
we're not a mentor. We have 6 or 7 times when we give her a nod and we move on. That's it. There's nothing mentor about this.
It's a kink, who my kin is probably a kink. Throughout the storyline, Wuklamat's character undergoes significant growth. Starting as a passionate and curious warrior, she gradually evolves into a wise and balanced leader. Her experience in Right of Succession teaches her valuable lessons about responsibility, sacrifice, and the true meaning of leadership, culminating in the realization that while she alone cannot walk in her father's footsteps, she ultimately didn't have to. In a twist about as predictable as Russian disinformation, she announces that Kawana will be joining her as the head of reason, ultimately reflecting her father's dichromatic leadership. It's a beautiful scene and homage to the man himself that it was no longer about surpassing him, but replicating his seemingly impossible successes. And if you agree, hit that like button. If you like this type of video, suggest what character I should do next down below. And speaking of seemingly impossible successes, why not
suggest what character I would do? Let's start with a character.
smash that subscribe button, because this troll said I'd languish at 4 digits, and I'm about as petty as a Miranda Sings apology song. Validate me, you beautiful people.
Psst, and hit join if you want to fund my slow descent into madness. Free spicy goodnight text for every member.
But now, back to the bad. Her growth. I know you're thinking, "Two already mentioned this in good." And you're right, I did, but it deserves to be here too. Whilst the overall growth of her character, aka her at the beginning and her at the end, is remarkable, it's the middle that starts to fall flat. The early story is incredibly formulaic. It's like watching an episode of House. I briefly mentioned this in my Dawntrail spoiler-free review as a reason I hated her character at the time. Every zone on the Yogg-Tyrell side has the same story when boiled down to its bare bones. Wook arrives, wanting to learn the culture. Wook lacks confidence before, during, and after some menial task. Warrior Light or supporting cast reassure Wook. Wook is happy and says something motivational. Wash, rinse, repeat. Twice in every zone for both zone stories. It gets old very quickly, and her interactions with supporting characters, especially as siblings, sometimes lacks depth. The complex dynamics within her family and tribe could have been more thoroughly explored to enhance the narrative and provide a richer understanding of her motivations and challenges, but it just wasn't, and this leads to some incredibly jarring tonal shifts, where suddenly, following a kidnap, which in itself was a bloody dumb MacGuffin, our strong, silent and efficient geek, Kawana, not joking, that's the impression they leave us with up until this point, suddenly develops a temporary personality. We could have used some of that from the beginning to lead us into it. You can't just wrong-hole us like that, am I right? Boy, I hope that joke gets by the filters. Her inconsistency. Many have noted, and it really wasn't hard to miss, that Wuklamat's actions sometimes don't align with her stated ideals. While striving to be a beacon of justice and peace, she occasionally overlooks major issues that conflict with her commitment. For instance, there is an instance where she seems to sweep significant atrocities under the rug rather than addressing them head-on, which undermines her credibility as a leader who stands for justice. This leads to moments of inconsistency in her character where her actions do not match the moral high ground she claims to uphold. It's incredibly jarring for players and detracts from the overall narrative coherence. They almost certainly impact my investment into a storyline, and I imagine many others who invested in her character and may feel disappointed when her actions do not live up to her rhetoric, leading to a disconnect between player expectation and character behaviour. This has reduced the overall emotional impact of her story and lessened my attachment to her journey. A more consistent and introspective approach to her character could have provided a richer and more satisfying narrative experience. And thus, we arrive at the ugly. The voice acting. Oh boy, time to try and successfully navigate this fucking minefield. One of the most glaring issues with Wuklamat's character is her voice acting. Throughout the entire Dawn Trail expansion, her voice remains monotonous and lacks the emotional range expected from a character.
Thank you.
Whether she is experiencing the high stakes of diving into the interforce at the climax of Dawn Trail, or the more subdued moments like her introduction during Endwalker, her voice remains largely unchanged, failing to convey the necessary intensity or subtlety of the situation. This consistency might have been acceptable if it reflected a deliberate character trait, but instead it comes across as a limitation in the performance, rather than a narrative choice. Now admittedly, I know very little about voice acting, how it works, what source material is provided prior, etc. However, even with my simplistic understanding of this profession, I was able to determine that in order to isolate the voice acting from the conditions providing it, I simply had to compare them to the other voice actors in the role. So that's what I did. When comparing a voice acting across different localizations, it becomes clear that the issue lies with the acting rather than the script. Other localizations manage to infuse a character with more nuance and emotional depth, highlighting the deficiencies in the original voice acting. The discrepancy underscores how critical voice acting is to the character portrayal and immersion, and in Wuklamat's case, it unfortunately falls short, detracting from the overall experience of a storyline. I thoroughly recommend using original Japanese voice acting for this story, which is a criticism I haven't used since the disastrous voice acting in ARR. God rest its soul, I hope that never returns. Oh, if you have the critical thinking skills of a teaspoon, don't worry, I got you, boo. Before you cancel me and screen transphobic, I just want you to know Reddit has taught me the best defense to this accusation. An ancient technique known as I'm not transphobic, I have a trans friend. No, seriously, look, I caught this one dressed as a cat in Canada, and I'm pretty sure that's like bonus woke points to put on my LGBTQ card. Take it away, Kathy.
Oh fuck, so it does. Wait, is that why I'm here? I thought you needed help with your identity. Didn't your sign say you're non-binary?
No. I said no by dairy. I actually just needed help figuring out what the fuck doesn't contain milk in this country. Lactose intolerance. But anyways, can we stay on track?
Right. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you smash that like button, double tap the subscribe button, and of course click this, because long nights alone with my thoughts have taught me anything. It's that background noise helps, and you stopped paying attention 5 seconds ago.
Okay. So, yeah. My question remains the same. What progression? And the voice acting is horrible. So yeah, I agree with most of his statements. The voice acting was horrible. Not because it was a trans woman, but more because it is just monotone and it all sounds the same. There's like no depth, no fucking emotion in it. Like, I was expecting better. And all you have to do is look at the other voice acting and it is done way better. I don't know if he is new to voice acting, but no, it was horrible. Point. So yeah, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. That one, bad. Story, she didn't have a lot to work with, but no, she has most of the screen time, so you better start fucking working on it.
I think I remember this dude, like polite and nicer videos. Because those are like the current like two biggest topics. Casuals are finding normal content too hard, and players are not enjoying the easiness of their jobs, or whatever the fuck else the arguments are.
It's always been a hot topic. The game's too hard, the game's too easy. Can we please just get content? These are things.
Can we please just get fucking content?
I've heard throughout my many years of playing MMORPGs. And the funny thing with Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail, it's introduced kind of a new direction for the game. It's experimenting hardcore, not in that way, with new ideas for fight design. And this goes from regular dungeons to normal trials to extremes and now even the raids. And to me, it seems as if the pace of the game has gone up a decent chunk at least. All the while
Pacing? What do you mean pacing?
experimenting with new ways to telegraph information to the player and to be more creative in terms of the actual fight design. And these are things that I think should be applauded because of everything I've done so far in terms of actual gameplay content in Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. I've heavily enjoyed. There was like one dungeon in the expert roulette which just had like we're gonna put two things under two cups and then spin around, keep track of them. Then I'm like, okay, but like that's it. Everything else, and especially Arcadian, I've absolutely been enthralled by. I've loved this expansion when it comes to the actual gameplay of it.
You have two separate groups, like two separate sides of Arcadian players right now. People who are fucking loving it. People who are enjoying the absolute hell out of this.
Yeah.
Even just out of normal raids. Like, even the high-end raiders, you know, ultimate fucking raiders. They're having fun in normal raids. And not just the ultimate raiders, the casuals, the role players. Quite a few of them are just like coming out and saying, you know what, I like the new step up in difficulty. I like, you know, that the game, it feels like the game is taking me a bit more seriously. You know what I mean?
I'm not a fucking 5-year-old anymore.
A bunch of these fucking crybabies that are literally just like, normal difficulty too hard, I'm gonna skip the rating tier. Fucking, what?
Fucking, okay, bye.
What do you mean? How much of a fucking obstacle this is for you? This is something you can do a couple more tries and you will clear it even easier than you imagine it would be. Just a bit of practice is what you need. But if this is a fucking obstacle for you, my god, you should not be raiding. You should literally do anything fucking else in this game. Try PvP, man. Have fun.
And with conversations erupting now over the actual difficulty of the normal mode raids and the content overall in Dawn Trail, I want to take a minute to talk about gameplay in Final Fantasy XIV. And I mainly want to talk about introducing gameplay into the MSQ, but we have to cover a few bases first. 1. Final Fantasy XIV
gameplay into the MSQ? I'm very like disconnected and dissociated from the conversation right now. Is he talking about specifically the raids or the stuff we do in MSQ? Because the raids are optional content. It is a blue quest.
14 is an old game. It's been out for over 10 years. And if you don't vary up the gameplay at some point there, then people who have played enough will grow a bit tired of seeing the same old tricks time and time and time again. Varying up the gameplay and introducing new things that...
This is like how a lot of these people fucking complain like, ooh, I like this class better in Hammond's Sword. Like, oh, I like this class Stormblood.
Hammond's Sword? What is
these
that
motherfuckers
even?
like complain because they just don't want to like embrace any new change. Like, obviously not every change is good, but you have so many people just literally just complaining just for the sake of complaining. It is maddening at this point. It is legit maddening.
To tackle and to learn and overcome is something that I don't only think is a good thing, I think it's needed. And Dawn Trail has been super refreshing in that regard, even as somebody who's never really played hardcore in Final Fantasy XIV, but has played the game since Stormblood. Every piece of content feels super refreshing, especially when I'm going to do my roulettes and I get older dungeons and stuff. everything feels far slower. I vastly prefer the pace of Dawn Trail in that regard, and the mechanics just feel as if they're a breath of fresh air. They are fun to overcome, learn, and play around. And at the end of the day, entertainment and what you find fun is going to be subjective, and not everyone will find this enjoyable. However, I feel as if the vast majority of people I've interacted with or have seen comments from have overall been really receptive to the actual gameplay of Dawn Trail. And there's a phenomenon I see, especially when it comes to MMORPGs, that I think needs to be talked about, and that is this hyper catering to the 1%. And I'm not just talking about the upper 1%.
Huh? What does that mean? What do you mean hyper catering? Look, no. No. No, this does not apply to 14. Like, the hyper catering to the 1% happens in World of Warcraft. Because there's nothing else to do in that game besides raid and Mythic Plus.
You still have the casuals.
The content that only the top 1% will enjoy. But also, why is that dude's name Scam Artist? Well, like, in 14, there is no 1%. There are raiders, there are casuals, there are role players.
There is a 1% that just look at the ultimate raiders.
If we're talking specifically about PvE, yeah, it's gonna be, you know, there's gonna be various difficulties, and we have so many of them. But the game is absolutely not catering to anything. They have various difficulties for various different groups of players.
Yes, but
Because
every
the players
group
are
of player
so complaining
complains.
that they're not allowed to get the rewards from higher end content that other people have worked fucking hard for. So it's like I don't know. It's like I don't believe there is a 1% because like there's too much other content in the game for it to just be catered to the 1% of the raiders. So it's hard to tell where this point is going, but at least let me hear it out again.
See, especially when it comes to MMORPGs, that I think needs to be talked about, and that is this hyper catering to the 1%. And I'm not just talking about the upper 1%, I'm namely talking about the bottom 1% here. Let's face it, it's a video game, and at the end of the day, there's going to be a subsect of people that are just not good at it. And that's fine. 14 is a...
Okay, you know what? I take it back. I forgot about that 1%. You know what? I apologize. Yes, I'm just starting to see where he's coming with this now.
Game with varying difficulty modes and types of contents.
I was not aware of your game, sir. I apologize. I didn't know you were chill like that.
So that you can probably find a place if you want to get better, or just settle into your niche. There's nothing wrong with that, however, and this is not a 14 specific problem, I found this everywhere. There are people that almost take pride in being bad at the game and act as if it's almost a personality trait. And it's very similar in thinking to when you come across people that act as if being good at the game is a personality trait, just on the opposite end.
You toxic elitist! I bet you're toxic because you cleared ultimate. Ooh, you're wearing ultimate legend title. Ooh, toxic elitist. Look at this piece of shit.
To the spectrum, where they feel as if the game should cater to them specifically and only them. Or
oh no, fuck those people. Look, at one point you gotta understand, like, some of the content is gonna be put into the game specifically to cater to the people who are putting a lot of hard fucking work into this game. Or, you know, have a fucking job and can afford a carry, I guess. But it's like the entitlement is always so baffling to me. It's like it's always like I don't want my toys, I want the toys those people are having. Well, you're gonna have to work a bit for those toys. No, don't wanna. This is bullshit. Shut the fuck up then. Like that whole fucking axolotl fucking situation, when they added the axolotl mount to P12S, the forum post, like, no, the raiders should not be getting the fucking cute mount. How fucking, there's like even like gifs of that shit on Discord. Hold on, let me, this is the Discord that's not live yet, so don't worry, I'm not sending it to anyone. Where was it? Hold on. Ignore this, please. Ignore. Yeah, there you go. I don't even need to look up. Meg axolotl mount that dropped from Aether Front instead of Savage. No! This shit is a meme. I feel cheated out of my $15. You also have these motherfuckers complaining normal difficulty is too hard, or that Criterion is too fucking hard for the reward like it gives. No, Criterion should just have better rewards, but it shouldn't be fucking easier. So many people are just complaining because they feel entitled to a clear. And like, I've always said this, and you can look up some of my older videos on these conversations and topics. I've always said this, that even casuals can clear ultimates. You can. It's just gonna take you a lot fucking longer than it does to a player who's actually constantly improving their skills and efficiency in the game. It's gonna take you a lot longer if you take it casually, but it's not impossible. You can do it. I believe in you. But you're not gonna. You're welcome to prove me wrong, but I know you're not gonna. Here's a crazy concept: learn to play the game, right?
Ah, yes, the monster thing.
Motherfuckers feel cheated out of their money of the game because they can't get one fucking thing in the game that the Hind Raiders are getting. Excuse me? You got access to literally everything else. What else do you fucking want? You want the cake and you want to eat it? Motherfucker.
Or they use exaggeration and hyperbole to try and prove their point, when it's really a shaky foundation. Or act as if there's nothing in the game that caters to their super specific niche, that when you stop to think about it, most people would...
Like, I appreciate how polite this person is being by verbally, like, expressing the point, but skill issue, honestly. It's like, I can only, like, explain this so many times. It's just like, I know it's a mean thing to tell someone it's like skill issue, but that's what it is. What is stopping you from just like practicing a rotation? There's so many resources and information. We have literally discords with like job mentors that will literally are willing to answer your questions. Go on LPDU as well. That's for ultimates, but it's like you can always ask people there. Like, why do you do this? What is the like a good way to do this? How can I optimize my job? People will literally ask you for your logs so they can help you optimize and improve. Like, Final Fantasy XIV, compared to a lot of other games, has so many people willing to fucking go out of their way to help you. 14 has this. So many people willing to go out of their way just to fucking help you. Free of charge. They will give you advice, they will point you to the resources. They will help you with some practice parties. Like, that's what I was doing yesterday on stream. I was just joining random, like, extreme parties that were just practicing or learning, and I was just helping them, like, go through the mechanics and just, like, helping them clear. So many people are like... And these motherfuckers are still somehow so fucking entitled because they have to put just a little bit more effort into improving to get a reward. What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Is there anything else you want, Your Majesty? You just got put up in P9 for raids. Good cry. Yeah. Oh boy.
But in particular care about. And I think we're starting to see that a little bit when it comes to Dawn Trail as well. We're always going to, especially when they try to introduce new ways to telegraph information, even if at the end of the day it's a Final Fantasy XIV mechanic, danger zone, safe spot, go to the safe spot. At the end of the day, no matter what you do, there's going to be some people that simply
Stand still and let mechanic resolve.
they don't want to play the game, they don't want to interact the interface with the game, and they want something that requires absolutely no break.
Sir, if you ever see this video, you have second wind. It's now 800 potency. Wait, is it 800? Hold on. Yeah. Second wind is 800 potency. It's your friend. Use it.
Brain power whatsoever. There's nothing wrong with wanting that. I take issue with the idea that the game should cater to that mindset specifically, and this idea that quite a few people in MMORPGs tends to have, where they exaggerate this idea that this
I apologize.
audience is
He
way
used
larger
blood that.
than it
That's good.
actually
But
is.
use your
Again,
second
there's
wind as
nothing
well.
wrong with being bad at the game. The issue I tend to find is when this mindset interferes with actual game design. I think we've seen this in the MSQ of Dawn Trail. If you go and turn the page back to Endwalker had quite a few gameplay scenarios within its MSQ that varied up the flow and tried to incorporate storytelling through the gameplay. You can think of sections like the Thancred infiltration section that gave us the infamous meme, "This is Thancred," which felt extremely Metal Gear inspired.
I like that bit, but it was also way too fucking long. It was way too fucking overstretched. The extra mechanic for that one fucking story bit was just, I don't know. It's not a raiding mechanic to sneak around, but it's like...
By it. And then you had the escape section from Golemald, where you took the role of a Gallian soldier trying to escape the city. And if you remember back...
Now, that part fucking made me feel so miserable. I get what they were trying to prove with that part. Story-wise, it was amazing. But I would not level up alts knowing I would have to go for that fucking part again.
Back in the day, there were quite a few people vocal about how they had such disdain for these sections of the game. And I think Square Enix overcompensated and just didn't have any sections like that when it came to Dawn Trail. The only sections that really felt unique to the gameplay were those 1v1 scenarios against, say, Bakul Jaja, where you played as Wuklamart, or against Golul Jaja, where you played as the Warrior of Light, or that one scenario that was like totally not a child where you fought the shade of Golul Jaja, and that's kinda it. Now, I'm not even the biggest fan of those sections from Endwalker, but I don't think the existence of those sections was the issue. I think it was more the execution. Because the gameplay loops you got, namely when it came to the Golemald section as a soldier, we got like a scuffed gladiator or a paladin kit. It was extremely slow. That was just boring because it wasn't engaging in terms of an actual fun gameplay loop, but I liked the idea of having a section that was intense, where we didn't feel quite as powerful as we normally do.
But you also need to keep in mind, we also do it just once. If there's something that requires like specifically complaining or analysis or anything, it probably shouldn't be the story mechanics. It probably shouldn't be anything related to story, but specifically the content that is farmable, the content that is redoable multiple times, specifically for that is meant to be kind of re-engaged repeatedly. That one part, yeah, I get it. It's like it's there. People are gonna be like divided on whether it's good or not, but it's like at the end of the day, you're gonna do it once, and that's it. You're gonna do it once, and you'll never do anything like that again. Maybe, unless we're going back to Garl mode.
At the end of the day, Final Fantasy XIV is a video game, and incorporating story into the gameplay loop is something that should be upheld. It should be something actively worked on and iterated, not shied away from, because the first iteration of this wasn't the most well executed. And I think it wasn't the most well executed because of its inherent fear of the skill issue. The MSQ is something that everyone is expected to be able to accomplish. That includes that very bottom end of players. Again, there's nothing wrong with not being good at a video game, but it's this overcompensation, in my opinion, that leads to subpar gameplay mechanics that are both forgettable and that don't add much to the
Or compensation of what? People aren't really compensating for anything. They're just straight up saying, this is too hard. It's too hard. No, it's too hard. They don't have anything to compensate with at that point.
actual loop, or the experience on the whole. Like that one Gladiator section where we were supposed to feel really slow and not powerful. That's fine, but the problem is when you have an MMO gameplay loop, when it's overly slow, it becomes uninteresting with too much frequent rhythmic downtime. Hotkey-based combat is not that fun when it's really slow, with too few abilities. It becomes really stale, unresponsive, and just uninteresting and unrewarding. And if you agree with that sentiment, then I think naturally your logical conclusion would be, okay, well then add more on top of it and add to the pace. The problem is, especially if you've played MMOs for years, you'll understand that if you give anyone a rotation that is not their character or their job, they act as if like they're a melting block of cheese in a fondue.
Yeah, that does apply to people who have played MMOs for years, but some people just don't. Some people play League for years, and then they decided, I'm going to try an MMO. I heard 14 is kind of cool, and they're a new player. People need to remember that there's not just shit players that are bad at the game in this game. There's also just straight up new players. And for new players, that fucking rotation might be something fresh and new.
pod or something. Like, they don't understand what to do, because nobody wants to take the 2 seconds needed to stop and read the tooltips. Even if the rotations are extremely easy, you don't want to make these sections too involved, because at the end of the day, they're not going to be repeated forms of content. They're just like a bite-sized piece of gameplay for that one situation to make it a bit unique. Now, I think there are still ways to make that fun and engaging. That is by simply upping the pace of the GCD, adding to the visual spectacle, having great music, making just a spectacle overall, having good enemy design, stuff like that. There's multiple ways to tackle this problem, and I don't think just shying away from the concept overall is necessarily the way to go about it. The MSQ and the
What was the fucking point of this video again? The more I think about it, catering to the 1%, great design, MSQ mechanics. What was the point of this video again?
content for the MSQ will always be easy by design, because everyone is expected to be able to make their way through it. There's nothing wrong with that. My issue is when you use that as an excuse to shy away from interesting gameplay scenarios in lieu of just making it a cutscene. Because at the end of the day, it's a video game. It's not a book, it's not an anime, it's not a movie, it's not a comic, it's a video game. And video games are inherently interactive media. And when your sole way to tell and further a story is through just basic cutscenes and dialogue and essentially yapping, it erodes the quality of the story and the storytelling you could have.
Don't agree. Don't agree. Because it's like, I'm guessing he's talking now specifically about the story. Again, I think I might have lost the plot. But some of the yapathons that we've had, because again, you need to remember that this is an MMO. The moment they start implementing more and more fucking cutscenes, animated cutscenes, more interactivity, more voice cutscenes, the bigger the size of the game is going to be. Especially for something that's just going to be the 1% of your total gameplay. You've completed the story, you've max leveled out, what the fuck else are you going to do? You have completed 13 gigabytes out of the, whatever the fuck the size was, like 60 gigabytes of the new expansion, or 40 or 20, I don't remember. I think it was like, okay, so you completed like the 5 gigabytes. Because that is a lot of voice lines in this expansion. You shouldn't be basing a lot of like specific analysis of the game in its entirety based on just that. Because it's always going to be the minimal amount. Like, even if you play from Realm Reborn from the very start to every fucking quest, every cut, like, even if you do every relic weapon on your way there, the moment you get to max level and you completed every story, it's still going to be the least amount of time you're going to spend in the game. The least amount of the time. Because, like, let's say, for example, a good example is, on average, people are completing the story in about 2-3 days in Dawn Trail, right? I feel like it's fair to say people who are
yeah,
shit for content.
I was just gonna say that's gonna be like somewhat slower people.
They've done, normal raids already. It's like people who just go through the store at their own pace and they just completed it within like, yeah, you know what? I'll even extend it. Let's say 5 days. 5 days to complete an expansion story, right? Realm Reborn has been shortened. You can still do that in 5 days as well. Realm Reborn, 5. Heaven Sword, 10. Stormblood, 15. Shadowbringer, 20. 20 days. Endwalker, 25. And Dawn Trail, 1 month. 30 days-ish. On average, that you essentially now need a 1 month to complete the entirety of the game at your own. You're talking like a month, yeah. So you need to complete the game at your own pace in around a month. I think that is a fair assumption that you can complete the entirety of the main story with some additional content within a month, if you play steadily at your pace every day, right? I know I'm not like the average player, but playtime. 523 days. Take away 1 month of gameplay. What the fuck have I been doing for the other 490 days in this game? And this is like, in terms of like 24 hours. This is not if you don't include sleep. What have I been doing for the rest of that time? I've been literally doing anything fucking else. So basing limbs of RP, maybe, sure, why not? I've been to the clubs. I've hung out in the clubs. I've been a dancer too. I wanted to see what the fuck is happening over there. I went to music clubs too, role-playing clubs. I've gone to theater clubs. There was like some D&D clubs as well, some magical like a roleplay. I've gone to, I've raided. I've done Ultimate Fog. I've party fighted. I had statics. I had events done, maps. I literally made a small D&D campaign in the basement of my FC house, and we played that as well. There's so much shit to do in this game. Why are we basing like the entirety of the expansion on like the most menial shit? Even Zepla fucking made like my Dawntrail impression, and it's like 15 minutes of her talking about that she leveled up Pictomancer and Viper, and that there's also a graphical update. That's your fucking impression of Dawntrail? What the fuck are we milking right now? Are we good? Like, I know we didn't have any content and we focused on drama when Endwalker was like during its quiet time, but the expansion happened. Can we just focus the fuck up for 2 seconds? Lock it in for a bit. Why are we basing an impression of a game based on like the most menial shit? Nothing against it. It's like we're having a whole conversation.
Jaja, they were fun. At least they were to me. And they were fun because they're interactive with enough going on, even for that small scene, to where I was always engaged with the game, and I didn't feel as if there was this odd downtime where I just couldn't do anything. And these sections furthered the actual narrative going on in an interesting way, to varying degrees, but they still furthered the narrative through the gameplay. So it's not like it can't be done in Final Fantasy XIV, or that MMOs for some reason are this special concept, to where you have to shy away from gameplay because you have to cater to the lowest of the low skill level users. I think it's doing a disservice to the vast majority of people who can actually, rub more than 2 brain cells together to play the game, but also just the people who want a fun game to play. When you started the Dawn...
Hold on, did he jump over that? Yo, did they fix jumping over between platforms
skill
like that?
level users.
Hold on.
I think it's doing a disservice to the vast majority of people who can actually, rub more than 2 brain cells together to play the game, but also just the people who want a fun game to play.
But someone else fell off. Someone else fell.
When you started the Dawntrail MSQ, how long did it take to get to an actual situation with gameplay that wasn't just a cutscene or characters talking on screen? It took a long time, didn't it? A really long time. Many hours. And like at the end of the day, Final Fantasy XIV is a story and a game that we all go into expecting a lot of talking and a lot of cutscenes. There's nothing wrong with that, but you cross a point, like a line in the sand, and I think this line varies depending upon the game and the expectations going into the game. So I have a lot more leeway for Final Fantasy XIV than I would have for other games. I go into it expecting all of this. But even then, you can still cross that line, to where you need a bit more just something. And I wouldn't argue that this was the biggest issue that I had with Dawntrail's MSQ, but it was one of the significant issues I had.
Is this whole conversation specifically about wanting more interactive moments in the MSQ, but he feels that it's being catered to the lower skill players by the lack of those instances? Am I understanding this right? You gotta understand, this is a baby game for babies. It's gotta be easy. There's gotta be not a lot of these scenes. Like, that is a normal Final Fantasy experience. There's gotta be a lot of yapping. A lot of yapping. Titus needs to tell Yuna, you need to laugh like this. Ha 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 ha. And then that's a meme. But, that, a lot of, like, these moments, but not everything should be interactive fucking combat scene. Not everything needs to be that fucking Kratos quick time scene where he's trying to pull off his daughter off his leg. Not everything needs to be like that. If I'm understanding the point correctly right now. Or like, do people know what I'm talking about? Hold on. This is what I'm talking about. Is this the gameplay we want? You need to match the button to push your daughter away from you. Is this what we're looking for? Is this the kind of gameplay we want? More gameplay. Come on, Kratos, you got this. You're only a god of fucking war. Is this the gameplay we want? Not everything is gonna be Final Fantasy 16. This is an MMO for babies. Chill the fuck out for a bit.
it, and that I think it was wholly uninteresting from a mechanical perspective. There was an entire train section where we operated a turret in the Cowboy Land in Chillin. That wasn't a gameplay scenario, and maybe it was because they couldn't figure out how to do a turret section in Final Fantasy XIV, in which case I just pointed back to the Pixie quests, and so you can do some version of this, or don't have us be the one on the turret, have Alize be on it or something while we fight on the back of it. There was an entire situation back in the level 90 quest where Wu Clamart screwed off to go tame an alpaca. That should have been a gameplay scenario. There's content extremely similar to that in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth with Tame.
So this is just kind of boils down to you not getting more shit to do. Well, to be fair, there's plenty of shit to do. It's just like you don't get enough interactive moments. I can kind of see the frustration with that, especially with how long the Dog Trail MSQ was. But you can have an interactive fucking scene everywhere. There's a reason. You need to understand. There's a reason.
That is not the point.
When you go.
That is not the point he is making. The point he is trying to make is the -1% are complaining about MSQ. Most people are already like, yeah, but MSQ, everyone should clear it, so you cannot add too much to it. Fine. Agony. Alright, none of you can see this because I need to pay my bills. I know what this on it, but no, back. Then it's scanner. Pay. Hey. There we go. And close this. Now we're going back to this. Sorry, I'm trying to get something done here. Excuse me.
An MSQ roulette.
Oh yeah, I am having food at the moment,
Everything
so
else is spacing. Like
I don't think this guy is getting the point of what he is trying to make, like what the guy in the video is trying to make. The point he is like what he is saying is basically there is enough casual content. Why are they complaining this much about it? Is kind of what he is saying, but also like you cannot cater to the super casuals, because then you're going to run into the problem of not trying new stuff and everything is going to become stale. That is kind of what he's saying, and I think he is already trying to. Oh, there we go. As promised. That's how dat al moeten zijn geweest. Sorry, as I said, I am doing a lot, but yeah, I don't think this guy is getting anything what the other guy is trying to explain, and they're just talking next to each other. He also seems to be like, I'm not gonna call him an elitist, because I don't think he is. It's more of a, I think he's already in the camp of I'm sick of hearing this entire thing of it's too hard, it's too hard. I think he's already there, and he's done with listening to it. Also, I wanted to devour some chicken, so I got myself some chicken. Chicken! But it needs to cool down a little bit. Sorry. So yeah, I think they're both pretty okay. The feel, I think you get the feel for it. Like what I mean, sorry, I'm trying to talk with a friend as well. So I think you have the entire part where it's like, okay. Looks good. It's more of a Sorry, it's a lot of typing, checking. So I'm trying to get like art. TN normally, as you can hear. Yes. As I said, as you can hear, probably from like how much typing I'm doing, I'm gonna turn this off. Sorry for the many Discord pings you probably are gonna hear. Alright, let's have a quick look. Well, I don't have the armored roster. Conquistadors, okay. Check of all trade roster for skirmishers. Reliable and heavy armored roster. Make one thing. 7 Ah, Strigoi aren't too bad. Oh boy. Help! I'm drowning. First I get no message from people for months and now I'm drowning in fucking messages. Help! I need a manager! For this shit. Yeah. Let's quickly check this. Why is there no... I don't trust it because it doesn't tell me an amount. I know for my artist that I pay, it always shows like an amount of how much I have to pay, and this one is like, it doesn't show any amount. Always be careful with every payment you make. Oh, so that is what she meant. Okay, give me a sec, because I need to kill this thing first. Damn it. You cunt! Hi, so I don't know, I'm totally up for it. I know, actually, I thought I had sexy already. Uh, Sorry everyone for the many delays, but I am also working on this. I'm going to have a look at that. Sorry for again for like the very slow pace. Uh, and you know what? I'll go to the next group so that they at least can clear it already. I know it's boring content. I'm sorry, but you know, content is content. Twitter. This one, and it's usually in. Did they pin it here? No pins. No pins. This is gonna suck. Because I'm looking for reference sheets. And this is all like VR chat-ish. Yes, this is the one. Ah, damn it, that is clips. Damn it. Sorry, I'm probably trying to do too many things at once, but you know, that's just how I am. Maybe I can find something good in here I could use. Also not really. I'm looking for a specific outfit of hers, which apparently is very hard to find. Because everything she has is a GIF. I don't need GIFs. GIFs or clips or anything in that, like. These are kind of her normal pictures. And we got them past the Leon one. This is a very bad timing to do, but yeah, sorry. It's like
There is a
that's also a GIF, that's also a clip, that's also a clip. Damn it. Please. Please don't. Alright, so this goes to side projects. Other VTubers. Save. I'm gonna close this, so this would be so sorry. Moving on. I haven't even had a chance to eat my chicken yet, and now it's almost cold. God damn it. God. I see button light up, I press button, that's how this works. Energy ball! I know it's a boss fight, so I'm gonna stop right before I'll finish up the chicken. go kill Drowsy again. Hello, Tankreds. How do you say stealing my LV, huh? Rising uppercut. Ah, should be fine here. Motherfucker! Absolute shit stain of a boss. It's gonna be up here, my dude. Oh wait, no it's not. Oh wait, it is. Why the fuck did I not trust myself there? Should have trusted myself. Myself and my honed non-existent reading skills. There we go. Yeah, sorry for that major delay there. And I have like I have two people working on things for me. I had a friend I haven't heard from in a long time sending me messages, so I definitely wanted to respond to that as well. It's the wrong button. That's what I mean with awkward moments. It's like, ah yes, let's start a fight, no one is saying something. going to finish my food. Let's hop on to YouTube. So I can finish my food.
Like a main number Final Fantasy game, it's always going to be the main focus on the yapping, on the story. It's not always going to be interactive story. I think a lot of people fail to understand for once we're not the main character though. Sorry, I was dying. I don't think that is the issue he's bringing up here. That is like a separate fucking issue that people are talking about, but it's like, way too many, yeah, I don't know, I feel like there's too many complaints from people. There's like two sides. People who are basing an experience of Dawn Trail based on just the fucking story, and, you know, story is always gonna be, like, it's gonna depend on perspective. It's gonna depend on what kind of player is playing it. Some people fucking hate it. They hate that they're not the main character. They hate Wuklamont. They hate the story. They hate that it's long. Meanwhile, the rest of the other side are just like chilling the fuck out. They're enjoying it. Finally, I'm not the one who's dealing with problems. Ooh, Wuklamont, you have a problem happening? Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that. Anyways, I'm gonna be drinking my pina coladas. Tell me when I need to talk to you again. And you walk into the onto the beach, vibing me while Wuklamont is stressing. Not everything needs to be a fucking interactive scene. Go do some raids if you want to be interactive. Well, do you really want a full interactive scene, like unskippable turret scene here, just because you want to transition into the next map?
Yeah, as I said, I think he is just like kind of talking to each other.
No, we need less unskippable shit. With how long the fucking story was this expansion.
And it's a Chocobos out in the wild. A concept that could have easily worked in Final Fantasy XIV with having to sneak up against the alpaca and maybe tame it with rudimentary button inputs or something. It didn't need to be real drawn out and long form content ever, just something to make it interactive. Now, funnily enough, I don't think there's an easy answer to this problem that Final Fantasy...
No, there is it's not an easy answer, but it is a very simple one. Everything needs to be within particular amount. You can't have, like, this is not Metal Gear Solid. This is not, you know, any other game that can be named. This is not Sekiro. This is not Elden Ring, where you practically need to be the one to put everything in movement. This is a story game. Story games are always going to be mainly focused around the yappening. You level up, you do some fighting, and everything else is going to be the yappening. You know? But it's better to keep people wanting rather than have people frustrated by too much. Because it took us long enough for the MSQ roulette to be shortened from 8 people to 4, and then also kind of change for it to be a bit more pace relevant rather than too long, you know? It's better to have people wanting rather than just overbear people with too much shit to do. Again, you need to keep in mind, not everyone is into being constantly within combat, in action. Some people are there at a much slower pacing than you.
Fantasy XIV has, if you even think it's a problem. I think one of the solutions Square Enix has kind of fallen on is when they need to do extra gameplay sections is to make them stealth missions. I legit forgot that 14, not...
That is an issue, by the way. That is something I consider an issue. There is way too many fucking quests where you have to be stealthy and fucking stalk someone. Can we get rid of a few of those? Like, what the fuck? I was doing my physical range quest, like the role quest, and there was more fucking sneaking around. I was fucking fuming. Why are there so many of these fucking missions?
Not even that Dawn Trail had as many of these little stealth sections as it did. They were so forgettable to me because they all boiled down to essentially the same thing. Just hide behind something periodically because the NPC you're following will sometimes turn around if he feels like it. And looking back on it in Endwalker, the Thancred mission and...
To be fair, that's like the main mechanic of most of the Metal Gear Solid games. People aren't really complaining there, are they?
And the Escape from Gullible sections are either Metal Gear inspired stealth sections, or they're like sections that heavily incentivize the use of stealth. And these sections can be really cool in terms of the intensity they bring to the table, but I also think an idea that Square Enix maybe should take to heart is the idea that you can make a gameplay section feel really good, yet still be really mechanically easy and simplistic. Just by making the visual spectacle or the feeling and the tone of it feel good. And I know that sounds a bit contradictory, right? I understand that. But we have gameplay in this game, like in the Gold Saucer, where you're on that turret section. That could translate very well. I was actually watching one of Preach Gaming's streams about Dawn Trail, and someone in his chat brought this up. It's a great point. You have a section in the Gold Saucer that is pretty much all that you need when it comes to that train bit. Just lift that gameplay and put it there. It would work. It doesn't need to be hard or mechanically complex, because at the end of the day, it's the MSQ, it's going to be really easy. We expect that. But the feeling of it has to be good. The invasion of Tulio Lol, that...
I'm gonna be real. Oh my god, what the fuck is happening here? I'm gonna be real. I can see the point he's making, but I don't agree with it. Just cause like, that is a very, very fucking brash request. You want more interactive combat scenes that are simple enough, but are fun and interesting. When you just simplify most of these sentences and you just voice them out verbally out loud, you kind of start seeing the issue. Why there's not more of these. Because A, it's going to take ages to implement so many of them into the game, because once you start having some of these, you need to have more! And as well as, like, you're just making some of these scenes fucking unskippable and unbearable. You're making the MSQ longer than it fucking needs to be at this point. And you want it to be interesting for, like, the entirety of, like, 2 minutes that you're gonna be doing it? Come on. Let's be reasonable here. Our time is not that valuable, but it's like, we shouldn't be, like, spending it doing a Golden Saucer event. And if they add events like that, like from the Golden Saucer, you know what's gonna be happening? People are gonna complain for nothing new, intuitive, or interesting happening. That you're doing the same thing. They already added some new things to the game, but they're gonna be adding them a much slower pace, because you can't. This scene is an unskippable. Boo. Exactly. Like, you need to understand, MSQ shouldn't be where you find fucking innovation of gameplay. That's not gonna be where you're gonna find it. You're gonna find it in Criterion, in Variant, or some other places. But it's definitely not gonna be like in MSQ. MSQ is gonna give you something, but it's not gonna be that fucking wild or interesting. Because at the end of the day, it's just a story. It's a story you could just retell to someone. That's for Rage, baby. Exactly.
That should have been a fight. Should have been this giant combat scenario, kind of in the vein or the style of, say, the final patch of the end of the Shadowbringers MSQ. Remember that? Where we had that giant battle against Fandaniel? Something in that line of thinking.
Fandaniel was in Shadowbringer? Did I hear that right? Hold on.
Say, the feeling of it has to be good. The invasion of Tulio Lol, that should have been a fight. Should have been this giant combat scenario, kind of in the vein or the style of, say, the final patch of the end of the Shadowbringers MSQ. Remember that? Where we had that giant battle against Fandaniel? Something...
Oh, I know the one he's talking about, yeah. Where you had to play as the other characters as well. You had to play like as Alize, as Urianger. Yeah, I remember that part, yeah. Now I know what he's talking about. But, no, Snoresville, USA. It was so dragged out. Look, look, I like Alize. She's a fun character. I wouldn't play her for longer than fucking 10 minutes, though. I get it, but that was, like, specifically a specific patch to show a war. Here you're taking a train. Not everything should be an interactive combat scene. I don't know. I feel like he's just overthinking a lot.
I think he is underthinking it. He's like, oh yes, you're taking a train. You're taking a train to ram it into a fort. You can see the battle scenes happening outside where things are being shot at. Like, I think it's a little bit of an understatement if you're going like, you're taking a train, you know?
these things. And it's better to just be wanting more rather than just like having too much of it and having it unskippable.
In that
Like there's a reason a lot of the MSQ has been like simplified.
line of thinking, at the end of the day, you need to be willing to take a risk, because you won't know what sticks to the wall or what people are receptive to if you're not willing to take that first step and take that risk. At the end of the day, it is my firmest belief that if you want a game to be fun and interesting mechanically, you have to have gameplay mechanics. There's a ton of games that are really hard that are a lot of fun. I love FromSoft games, but there's also a ton of games out there that are really easy but also a ton of fun. And at the end of the day, I think Final Fantasy XIV is a fun game. Like, I like playing the game. I like going after these boss fights. I like those fights against Bakul Jaja and Galul Jaja in Dawntrail. I enjoyed that. I enjoy the dungeons. I've enjoyed the child. I've loved the raid. 14 can be a really fun game, but instead of like shying away from those components that they did quite a bit in the MSQ, they should lean into it and take a chance. They did it a little bit back in Endwalker, and you can even argue with like stuff like the Fancred fight in Shadowbringers, but I think there's underlying fear of having to make sure that everyone can get through it on like basically the first.
I don't think that's why they're doing it. It's not because of the underlying fear that everyone has to get through it, and I don't believe this is specifically done because they're catering to newer players. You need to understand, like, the raid designers are separate from the story writers. There's pacing to a story. There's always for specific beats
the
to a story. They can't all be action. You cannot keep adding so much fucking action into the story.
I mean, the bad pacing we had.
Because like the moment you start adding just one, you're gonna be wanting more. You're gonna be asking for another one over there, and over here, and over there. Oh, I'm here on the train. Or I'm here to fight Golja. You know, Goljaja. One of the fucking Jaja beings. Maybe you want an interactive scene where you build the ship. Maybe you want to catch Del Taco yourself. I get it. But this is not Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This is Final Fantasy XIV, a 10-year-old game with a spaghetti engine that cannot keep innovating just because we want it to. Some things need to be like even like in cutscenes. You know when people walk, they walk slower than a normal fucking person, don't they? You know that slow ass fucking walk where they take like one step, second step. You know what I mean? It's like there is particular pacing, and if you're gonna be adding combat or like interactive scenes like that, they need to be there for a reason. Just because you want to, you know, be on the turret and shoot some flying guys, it's like, chances are it would just ruin the experience, especially pre-dungeon.
Let's try. And this underlying fear of upsetting anyone out there that plays the game is a net detriment to the overall quality of the game going forward, because it limits creativity and it limits design, especially in terms of the MSQ and what it could be. Just because it...
Why are all these motherfuckers... Like, not to drag on the guy, but it's like, why are all these motherfuckers, like, point out, like, the most menial thing in a game? Something that's not gonna matter, like something that's nobody's gonna remember in a few months, right? And they talk about it as somehow affecting the long-term health of the game or whatnot. Why are all these... Want to catch Del Taco yourself? I get it, but this is not Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This is Final Fantasy XIV, a 10-year-old game with a spaghetti engine that cannot keep innovating just because we want it to. Some things need to be like even like in cutscenes. You know when people walk, they walk slower than a normal fucking person, don't they? You know that slow ass fucking walk where they take like one step, second step. You know what I mean? It's like there is particular pacing, and if you're gonna be adding combat or like interactive scenes like that, they need to be there for a reason. Just because you want to, you know, be on the turret and shoot some flying guys, it's like, chances are it would just ruin the experience, especially pre-dungeon.
Let's try. And this underlying fear of upsetting anyone out there that plays the game is a net detriment to the overall quality of the game going forward, because it limits creativity and it limits design, especially in terms of the MSQ and what it could be. Just because it...
Why are all these motherfuckers... Like, not to drag on the guy, but it's like, why are all these motherfuckers like point out like the most menial thing in a game? Something that's not gonna matter, like something that's nobody's gonna remember in a few months, right? And they talk about it as somehow affecting the long-term health of the game or whatnot. No, come the fuck on. No, like, you know what's gonna affect long-term health of the game? If they remove Hrothgar ladies or cat girls. That's definitely gonna like kill the game instantly.
An idea was not executed all that well before does not mean the idea cannot be executed better or even way better in the future. And like, it's entirely possible that ideas like the Gollum escape section or the Thancred infiltration are just faulty conceptually. Like, that's entirely possible. I'm just saying, I don't think the resolution or the takeaway from that should be we should just not do these one like man instances ever again, or these situations that just involve you in a unique gameplay scenario. It doesn't need to be hard, but it needs to be more mechanically satisfying than just simply clicking to the next dialogue option. And I'm also not saying that Final Fantasy XIV shouldn't have a lot of cutscenes or a lot of dialogue. That is its core and its DNA at the end of the day. But like I said, with that line in the sand, I think there's always a point where you can like overshoot it. And I think Dawn Trail did. Doesn't mean I expect it to become like Doom or something, but there's just too many times in the Dawn Trail story where I'm like, oh, this would have been a really cool gameplay situation, and nothing happened.
I've never actually seen anyone like complain specifically about MSQ instance mechanics. This is definitely catching me a bit by surprise.
Are you kidding me? Everybody said how much they hated the soldier thing in Antwalker. Everybody hated it. One, they were not their character. Two, they were so weak. People hated that.
I was like, I'm even getting whiplash. You're reacting to someone yapping on B-rolls? Yeah. Don't worry, I have a whole video next too.
Color pairs north. Tank heaters made first. Tank heater did for plot 2. Tank sheets for time. Okay. Colors pair true north. Should be able to join this. Oh, thanks, they left. Hey Flo, sorry if I'm seem like a little bit AFK here, I am busy. Can you hear me though? Just barely, and I have my vanilla max. Nice. Yeah, I am like almost semi AFK at this point as well because I am talking to two artists at this point. I'm going to. I ordered like a stream is starting screen. And then I have two more art pieces, so I have in total this month I could get like 5 art pieces, and this Monday I should have all the files and they should help me with the rigging as well, so it's gonna be pretty busy week. Hopefully. And tomorrow is treasure hunt, then D&D, so yeah. pistol. The first one they were going to invuln. Left, right. I will swipe, so back to B. I'll save that one for later. I don't know if we call it. Big sword. Big sword. Big sword. Big sword. Oh, it's one move. Viper. Yeah, hold on, buddy. Oh, shit. Am I supposed to invuln this? Because if I infilm that, I cannot infilm the rest. Around here-ish. Oh. Do we like mid or something on proteins? I'll try. Shit. It was duos, I was wrong. quartz, that's it. Oh. Could be. I have to wait there. Anytime now, main tank. I think it was here, but yeah. It's fucked. I just get confused a lot with that positioning, so that's why I usually ask someone else to do it, or like for the main tank to do it. I'm just gonna inform this. Alright, alright, yeah, it's here. Drupal, so I have to go to here. He's gonna position his cell any moment. There we go. And it's 2 moves. DPS first. I think the second one is gonna be tanks and healers. Oh, hit. got hit there. Yeah. We all survived, but everyone died to the dot. South, left, right, I take it. South Cologne, jump right. Safe spot. South Cologne, left, jump right, safe spot. Oh, well, another successful raid that turned into nothing. Except for me losing my sanity. Woo! We did it! Woo! 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 Oh yeah, first this one. Woo! We did it! We did absolutely nothing again! Woohoo! Woohoo! I am slowly losing my mind. Alright, that's one. Alright. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get this. Oh, right, right. Yes. close all this again. Go to my 2 artists, send that it has been done. Hi, Stock Spiky. Where's Annie? There we go. I'm rounding up my payments that I need to do. First payments I do are my artists, so those are gone. Alright. Then it's in a few minutes it's gonna, well, I can do it whenever I want, but it's rent after this. And then I'll have to juggle my bills around to see how much I have left. Not gonna be too overly negative. I can be overly negative. Fuck these guys. Like always the same, kill for a party, going for a kill, going for a kill, and they can't even... Most of the time they can't clear Cat 2. Like I'm sorry, but Cat 2 is about halfway point. Like I need a little bit more of a... Oh, an insurance that I'm not gonna get stuck on the halfway point again. I'm just getting so tired of this. But on the other hand, people's predictions are correct. Like it's gonna be great and easy, and if you're having a static like a raid group, it's gonna be hell in PF. And yes, PF is proving to be quite a hell for it. Why? Because you cannot do the callouts. I know where I have to be. The only one that I don't know is on Cat 2. Because I don't know where the jump is going to. Ow, 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 ow. That's all. Like, I don't know where they're gonna jump to. The moment I know that, Cat 2 is not that hard. Because it's just look what the cat she activates, go to the place where it jumps to, you're done.
What we're doing, we are interviewing casual Final Fantasy XIV players and actually asking them questions about how they feel about the Dawn Trail content. Because I've seen a lot of people, you know, talk about how hard the content is, if it's like too hard so it's not enjoyable and all that stuff, but I haven't really seen anyone actually talk to the casual player base. So we've got Lynn, Sash, and Ren joining us, so thank you guys so much for being here and taking your time to be a part of this and actually, you know, get a word out what your experience has been like with Dawn Trail and the battle content. Did you just want to like introduce yourselves and let people know like your experience with Final Fantasy 14? Let's go.
Alright,
Yeah,
enough,
let's go,
fellas.
Sash.
Hello, I am Sash Ariel. I have been playing Final Fantasy since probably October 2022. I probably do see myself as primarily a casual player. At this point in time, I just love spamming roulettes and such. And while I have cleared one Savage and one Ultimate, I probably would still mostly put myself in the bracket of casual content. It's definitely what I enjoy most.
Yeah, awesome. I think it's good though because it's only like more recently you've like challenged yourself into doing like an ultimate and everything like that.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
yeah, so can like talk about what it was like, maybe just the experience from being like really casual to like mediocre casual sort of thing. You know what I mean? Because you know more about the game and how it works a bit more like snapshotting and all that stuff. Because you do learn a lot from doing ultimate raids, I believe.
You do learn plenty, and it is a terrifying experience, but it doesn't really take away from how casual I feel about the game. Like, I'm not
Yeah, okay.
exactly actively, I don't actively seek doing hard content like Savages and Ultimates. I just
Yeah.
kind of pick it up when I feel
Mm.
like it. I definitely enjoy the game just as it is
Yeah.
without high end content, so.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thanks, Sash. Lynn, let's hear it.
Hi everyone, I'm Lynn. I'm Kreia in game, and according to my subscription history, I have been playing on and off since 2014. Um,
Wow.
so
It's
yeah,
Sarah
a
Jane.
while.
I
It
like
wasn't
her
until
videos
about
most of the
2019
time.
that I actually managed to finally reach proper endgame after Shadowbringers came out,
And I do need fucking mental break after that
and so
disaster.
from Endwalker on, I was up to date with all of MSQ, which is pretty much what keeps me going in the game. So I come out of hibernation from the game every time MSQ tends to update. And yeah, I try to keep up with the raids, but it does get a little bit difficult if I miss a week or if, things get me sidetracked and then after everyone else has sort of jumped ahead with all their gear and all of their everything and they've gotten used to how the raids work, it tends to get a bit overwhelming and I'm like, yeah, I'll just do it another time.
Yeah, no, that's good. Oh, it's good to have you here, Lynn. Thank you.
Thanks.
And Ren.
Hello, so my name's Ren. I would consider myself quite the casual. I've started Final Fantasy 14 maybe like at the end of Shadowbringers,
Huh, listen
but
to
I
these
wasn't
casuals.
really
Nah, I like
into
myself
the
a good
content
casual.
like when it came out. Um, and then I kind of like was playing on and off during
You
Endwalker.
need the
And at the
casuals
end
to
of
keep the game
Endwalker was
afloat,
when I started
so.
kind of like getting a bit more into
And I'm
Final
a giant
Fantasy.
casual as well,
And
so yeah.
recently is when I kind of like started wanting to veer a bit more into the endgame content, but I'm still like very much casual. I like to do my roulettes. I like to do casual PvP. I've only kind of put my toes into doing extremes recently, thanks to Lucy.
Yay, that's good. That's awesome. No, thank you so much, Ren. Thank you for being here. I'm super excited to hear what you guys have to say about your Dawn Child experience with the battle content. I guess I'm not gonna take this like too seriously or anything. I just kind of wanted to chat, and I thought we could even answer some of chat's questions if chat had any questions. But yeah, first off, I'm just gonna ask. I'm just gonna throw the question out there for anyone to jab at if they want to. How did you find the dungeon MSQ content? So like just the dungeons from the MSQ. Did you guys feel that that content was too hard, or was it enjoyable, or did you feel like it was too much of a challenge? Or like, is that content too scary to like jump back into?
So, as I said, I started playing in late 2022. So, by the time I actually started playing Final Fantasy, almost every dungeon from A Realm Reborn to Endwalker was out. And through playing the MSQ, since that was quite literally all I was doing, I could always see a gradual increase in difficulty as I was playing. I didn't
Yeah.
have the advantages of like playing post content on like when it was released and all of that. So when it came to Dawn Trail dungeons, I was already preemptively expecting a difficulty increase, not a major one, but just an increase over Endwalker's difficulty. And while I believe that the difficulty has indeed increased by Endwalker, I don't think it's necessarily anything to write home about. I think all of the dungeons are very learnable, very doable, and I don't think there's anything that's terrifyingly difficult in Dawn Trail dungeons.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Cool, and like you're not scared to like go back in them or like you would feel quite comfortable just doing a leveling relay where you'd get an
Oh,
item to
absolutely.
get out of dungeon.
I've,
Yeah.
I've been leveling a bunch of different classes. I've seen all of the different dungeons via playing different roles, and I treat them all exactly the same. They're just fun dungeons. They're a bit harder than M Walker, but I don't think they're anything to write home about.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, Lynn and Ryan, what do you guys reckon as well?
Yeah, I definitely noticed the like slight spike in difficulty. I don't know if it was my mental state at the time, but I did feel like the dungeons were slightly longer than what I remember experiencing previous dungeons in the past. Like there was a lot happening, and especially with, and this probably reflects a bit on the trials as well, just the type of mechanics that were included in a lot of the dungeons for Dawn Trail seemed to have a bit of a different like flavor compared to last time. So it was very mechanic heavy in kind of like how this time with Dawn Trail, we're starting a whole new part of the journey and it's like a complete shift to the story. The gameplay kind of also follows suit in the style that a lot of what we are doing in the dungeons is comparatively not traditional to what I've experienced in the dungeons during the Ascian story era.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. So same like not you. Would you say they are enjoyable stuff that you find to go back into, or yeah?
100%. Yeah, definitely enjoyable because I mean it takes a couple of tries with all of these new types of mechanics in there to get used to it. And it's just as well comparatively, everything in there is so pretty. Like it's just beautiful to look at
Yeah.
just in there. So yeah, definitely 100%. I have already gone back a couple of times and done them just to go and look at all the pretty little lights and things. But yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So I would say like the Dawn Trail MSQ dungeons, no issues, fun to jump into. They are a bit more challenging, but that is expected. Also being like min eye level again. As you know, we've been just kind of over leveled for like so long now. So going back and doing content min eye level, you kind of have that shock like where mobs are taking a lot longer to die and everything like that. But that's super good to hear about the MSQ dungeons. So how about experts? How do you guys feel about the expert dungeons? The level 100 ones that we locked from Solution 9 and
Someone else is going
Leolol.
first this time.
Let's go Ren. Let's hear from Ren.
Well, I haven't done the
You have done the
experts
experts yet?
so
Neither have I.
You cheeky buggers! I have done them.
Stars.
That's okay.
Was planning to, but
That's all good.
yeah,
Okay.
I've been planning to, just haven't got to them.
I might get someone else to jump in the. Yeah. Okay. Extremely casual. It's like we'll hear Sash. Let's hear
not
it.
enough flavor of casual for this one.
Okay, so this is another thing that this is probably my first time experiencing. I've never actually experienced a post-game dungeon that was released on expansion release before.
Yeah. Cool.
So my experience with it was honestly half of the same of how I felt with any final dungeon in the expansion. It's like, I think one of the dungeons I do feel is a little bit but honestly, I feel exactly the same as I do any other dungeon in the MSQ at this point in time being.
Yeah.
Fine difficulty, except for that one. You know which one I'm talking about.
I think I know which one you're talking about. The one I lose my head over.
Yes, I think everyone should lose their head over. But honestly, yeah, I'm neutral about them. I think they're good dungeons. I think they deserve their place here. I don't find them overly difficult, and that's just kind of it, really.
Yeah. Do you have like anxiety jumping into expert roulettes or anything like that?
So I rarely ever do expert roulettes because there's no experience to get from them.
Okay. You don't.
But no, I'm not terrified of doing those dungeons. It's dungeons. You jump in, you do what you want. There's nothing to it, really. I suppose that's easy for me to say because have played this game plenty of times in dungeons and such. But yeah, just other dungeons, really.
Yeah. Okay. No. Cool. How Hi, Dom.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you for jumping in. So we got
No
someone. We got someone else here. Dom, can you please just introduce yourself and your experience with Final Fantasy 14 and like what sort of raids you've done and stuff like that?
Yeah. I'm Dom, or Dommy in Discord, or Erasvia in game. I've been playing since the end of Shadowbringers, I think. But I did story skip to there, so just so I could be up to date with stuff. And then Endwalker was my first expansion,
Banned.
and experienced that full time that I got away through from start to finish on content. And then just enjoy Dawn Trail. So
Cool. What about like raiding or would you consider yourself a casual player, like someone that doesn't really go
I
into
would
hardcore
consider
content?
myself casual
Yeah.
in terms of the content I do. I never finish at full stomach tier. I kind of delve in, do like the first few fights, and then don't do the rest.
Yeah.
The last tier was the only tier where I went past the second fight and did the third fight, mainly because Lucy dragged me in.
Yes, the support helps. It definitely helps. So I was just laughing because your name is like plays Fortnite, and I'm asking about
Oh yeah.
a casual player plays
I don't even
Fortnite.
play it anymore.
No, thank you, thank you. Okay, so I would love to hear what you think about the expert roulettes. Do you think they are
The
too
expert
hard?
roulettes?
Yeah.
I think they're challenging, and I think they should be for post dungeons.
Yeah.
Because you're
Okay.
going to be doing them over and over again, so I think it's good
Yeah.
that it's got learning experience in there.
Yeah, okay, so you like that it's challenging because you know that you're going to be doing them so often, where
Yeah.
if they weren't challenging, how do you think that would make you feel?
I'd probably get bored of them and not
You
do
just get
them.
bored. Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel the same. I always say, like, I enjoy the challenge, I enjoy dying. I think it's a lot more rewarding when we are dying to mechanics and we have to learn things and then improve
Yeah.
over time instead of just being able to jump into a dungeon and then clear it first go and just be like, yeah, cool, And I feel like, this is a good middle ground. Like, it's not too hard in my opinion. But obviously, I want to know your guys' opinions more than mine. But I think, yeah, both Sash and Don, would you agree that the experts, they're not too hard, but they are still a challenge, but in a good way, they're a challenge so that it keeps it enjoyable.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, 100%.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything that you'd want to, like, add about the experts?
Just a one dungeon with the children.
Yeah, the one that one can bugger off, mate. Like that one can just get lost.
It's only
Okay.
that fight. It's not like
Yeah, it's just the
it's not a
fight.
difficult mechanic. It's just really janky. I feel like.
Yeah, you feel like you're safe, but you're not. Yeah.
But I would feel like I'm living in a happier world if it was to bugger off. So
Yeah. Okay. No,
This
that's
is not
cool.
convincing me to try the expert.
you're gonna love Expert. We're gonna love it so much.
Listen, one of them's really fun. The other one, the first boss, is a bit monka, but it's pretty good. Rest of it.
Yeah. I agree. I think the dungeons are fine. That first boss, in the Solution 9 dungeon, it's it's just janky. Like you can still clear it though. I think as long as the content is clearable, it's fine. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you wipe once or twice. Like as long as you can get past it, that's okay. And like I don't know if Dom or Sash, you guys have experienced many wipes during your experts.
The experts, no, not particularly.
No?
It's actually been the trials where I've experienced.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about trials in a sec. Yeah.
Yes.
I have experienced a few wipes in experts. I think it was. I've had a couple of wipes on the first boss, simply due to the mechanic.
Yeah.
The last boss in the same dungeon as the one with the children.
Ah, okay. As in, like, it's a bit hard?
It wasn't because it was difficult. I think it was just lack of understanding the
Oh,
mechanic
okay.
of how it works.
Yes, sorry, yeah, for
So,
wiping. Mm.
yeah, when anyone who can res is dead, it's kind of GG's at that point.
Yeah. Okay. It's funny because I've been seeing less like red mages and summoners and stuff. So there's been less like DPS being able to res recently. I feel because like a lot of
I
casters
feel
have
like
been
that's
picked
it.
out. Yeah, I've definitely noticed that, and me being one of them. Cool. Okay. Awesome. Well, let's move on to the trials. And I know some of you guys have done the extremes as well, but let's just start talking about the normal trials that we unlocked during the MSQ. How did you guys feel about those?
I honestly really enjoyed them. I didn't find them too difficult, honestly.
Yeah.
Once you kind of like get the mechanics in your head, I find it quite easy to solve.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
I really enjoyed them.
Oh, that's good to hear. Awesome. Yeah, Dom, did you want to go?
Yeah, I didn't. It was pretty good. First time I did the first trial because I did it like right off the bat, so everyone in there was first time.
Yeah.
And we did wipe, but it was like we learned the mechanics and figured it out. It was just fun.
Yeah, I think it's. Would you guys say it's more fun when you wipe and die and then go again?
Yeah, it's just learning all the tells,
Yeah.
what does what.
To me, I feel like it's more rewarding. Dying and then wiping
Oh,
and
yeah.
then I don't know. It definitely feels more like hype. I don't know. Instead of just like clearing it and then be like, oh, okay, well that just happened. We just went through that with like no challenge. Like what's the point then if we're not gonna challenge ourselves? Okay, what about the extremes? Who's on the extremes?
Remember, I've completed the second one.
How was your
I haven't played
experience?
the first one. I wouldn't say they're too difficult for an extreme, but they're still definitely a ramp up from the normals.
Okay.
So they're still pretty fun.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's normal for the first couple of extremes because of how, for some people, the gear is important to them. So they
Yes.
usually make it more accessible to begin with.
Yeah, I definitely found that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, with VX1 especially, I'm not casual, but I still kind of say I'm a bit casual because like I don't go into party finders really to do savages and ultimates. Like I just don't. It's not just my thing, right? And I found EX1 was actually something that I felt comfortable going into party finder with just after doing it like a few times with a static. Do you know what I mean? So like it I don't know. To me, I felt that EX1 was really accessible for like a lot of people, and I
I
hope
feel like I've
that's
seen a lot more people jump in.
yeah, which I think is really nice. Would Sash, have you done? You've done EX1. What do you think as well?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
What are your thoughts?
Well, I've never done on-content streams before, so I'm very fresh to this. But comparing EX1 to the normal trial, it was honestly a blast. I found I didn't find the difficulty too crazy. If I do remember, we actually did it blind
Yeah.
on the same session. We actually got out clear, and it was just fun.
Yeah.
Like there was plenty of familiar mechanics from the normal that I could just wrap my head around pretty fast, and honestly, some mechanics that were so breathtaking to look at that I'm surprised that they were only limited to the extreme trial because they were that awesome. But difficulty-wise, we did it in one session blind, admittedly with a quite outstanding H2.
Raid lead. Yeah, I was like, I don't know if we would have done it without loose, but maybe.
But it was fun. It was doable. That's all I've got for it. I just enjoyed myself with it.
Yeah. Lynn, have you managed to jump into the extreme? All right.
I have not, but they do look really fun. Like I did really enjoy doing the normal raids, so I am actually keen to try the extremes, especially watching you guys do
Yeah.
them. Valley Munda was really fun when we did it in the normal one, despite the disconnect issue. But that
was fun.
that was so fun. And fun fact, I did Everkeep with a trust. So I was in a really awkward time of day when I went and unlocked it, and I was like, I'm been here 20 minutes and no one's available. I'll just see if I can go with the trust, and it was surprisingly easy. So the trust system is actually very good in Dawn Trail. So would recommend to try it if people are not keen on going in with randoms. It's surprisingly still pretty easy to do the trial with the trust now.
Yeah, and with the trust, they kind of show you where to stand, right?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
you're not. They do go right at the last minute, so it doesn't give you a lot of time to
Yeah.
kind of go. So you can't really cheat too much, but it is a good way to practice the mechanics because the AI can be a bit janky sometimes, but they all know where to go. So you can kind of get a feel of, all right, what do I need to stand where and what's happening, and without having to focus on what everyone else is running around doing, like headless chooks.
Yeah. No, okay, cool. Okay, let's jump to the raid series. Because the raid series should kind of be that, well, the normal raid series should be that thing that kind of is something casual players should be able to enjoy because we've got the Savages coming out, right? So I'm guessing the normal raid should be accessible and fun for a casual Final Fantasy 14 player. So how do you guys feel about the raid series?
I would find them pretty good. They're not like super difficult. They've introduced a lot of new tells I've noticed, which I feel like is what I've seen a lot of people struggle with.
Yeah.
But other than that, they're pretty self-explanatory. Once, like, even if you die, you can see what killed you.
Yeah.
So it's just working out the new tells and icons that pop up during the raids.
Yeah, no, I agree as well. Like, I've died many times doing these more raids. But, like, as soon as you die, like, once or twice, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I know what I have to do. Like, it's very easy to pick up the tells once you die to it, like, once or twice or something like that.
Oh, 100%. I feel like if the normal raids was super easy way and you could just flush your way through it, I don't think people would be ever interested in reading.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder if, say it was a lot easier, do you reckon that would encourage more people to try the Savage, though? What do you guys think about that?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No? Savage was still
I feel like it'd
too scary?
be some difficulty in normal raid and then a big jump up to Savage is what people want.
Yeah, okay.
I think the appeal of Savage is that it is like a next level up from extremes and from normal raids in a significant jump of difficulty that people want that challenge.
Yeah, okay. So, who else has done the normal raid? Sash, Ren, Lynn, have you guys?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know you have, Sash! I'm including you in the conversation. Whoever wants to speak up first, I don't mind.
Ren, have you done that?
No.
Ren, we'll take you in. Actually, that's something that I wanted to add actually for like casual players. Like for me, the way that I was able to kind of get out my shell a little bit as a casual player was playing with friends and community, and making them feel comfortable in like a raiding space. I think that is so important because, like, for me, I used to be terrified to do alliance raids, right? Because I was playing by myself with 23 other random people, and I was worried about, letting them down, dying too much, not knowing what the heck I was doing, all that sort of stuff. But then as soon as I started streaming the game and people started inviting me to do content and stuff, it was like, oh, this is actually really fun, and people are really accepting, and people don't really care if I make mistakes, and they just want to make sure I have a good time. So I think if people communicate with, jumping into content, being like, hey, I'm new, sorry if I make mistakes, and then instantly, well, I really hope that the player base would say stuff like, hey, it's okay, we're here, it doesn't matter if you die, let's have some fun. Like, I feel just that statement alone can just, like, help people so much, and I don't know if that's something that you guys have done before, or something that you'd like to see more of. Like, what do you guys think?
It's definitely a bit more of a rarer occurrence, I find, on Materia these days, but I think that's both ways, whether it be offering help or asking for help. I think people just kind of accept people's states, typically. I find
Right.
in alliance raids, as you've actually mentioned, even if someone is new, no one really calls out their flack or anything because it's a 24-person raid. One person's not going to, bring down
No.
the entire
Yeah.
raid, so it's completely okay. But
Yeah.
I've definitely found in probably dungeons and maybe trials is where people are mostly acceptable to help or a little bit needing of it. I had what was it? A Stone Vigil hard party once, and if anyone remembers that dungeon, they'll know that the second boss in that dungeon is ridiculously
Yeah.
frustrating to fight. And I just had a party who. Wiped on that boss, literally just shout out, does anyone need tips on how to fight the boss? And people said yes, and we were happy days right after. So, yeah,
Yeah.
it's rarer on Materia, but it's a little bit harder to solve because it does require both parties to communicate. So it
Yeah.
requires the people who do know things to be like, hey, I'm here to offer help, and the people who need help to be like, hey, I need help. So that's how it goes really.
Yeah. I would hope that there are more people in the community that are welcoming to new players, or if there is someone that says, oh, sorry for dying, it's like, just making sure they feel comfortable, like, hey, no, it's totally okay, like, dying is good, like, this is how you learn, but I'm, here if you need any help, or if you want to ask any questions, stuff like that. Like, you don't need to have a freaking mentor badge to be able to actually assist someone and help someone out.
And just look that person in the eye and you go like, are you learning yet? Nah, of course we don't do that.
For these
But
casual players that still might, even though, we're saying that these
what's the moment someone dies in your group, pick him up, look him in the eye and go like, are you learning yet? And I say yeah, and you're like, alright, happy days. If you know, it's like, why not? And we'll see from there how it goes. Don't do this, by the way.
this content isn't too hard. We think that it's doable. You can clear it, and I guess that's all that matters. If you can clear the content and you can get through it, and if it's a challenge, it's a good thing because it actually makes the content more fun in the long run because it's content that we're going to be doing over and over and over again, and it'll leave that like little bit of room for improvement from like having these deaths and everything.
These past few weeks have actually been the perfect time to make as many mistakes as you want because with Dawn Trials new release and all the new dungeons, trials, raids, etc., every single person on the planet is going to be messing up these mechanics. This is the perfect time. You just start playing with other players and just start messing up mechanics because they can't
So
talk themselves up. They're going to do exactly the same thing. So
It's a light free for all.
Yeah.
pretty much.
Nah. Do you guys have anything else you want to like add about it? Yeah, just anything else you want to say, and then I'll ask chat if they have any questions for you guys as well.
I think people shouldn't really give up on, like, I've seen online where people like say they died 5 times in one of the raids, and I'm like, that's not really that big of a deal, and they kind of give up and just want to brute force it, and I'm just like, take time, look at the mechanic again, you'll figure it out in time. Like, I feel like a lot of people give up before they figure it out.
Right.
I feel like people should just give it more of a chance.
And
Okay.
can become a raider if you give up.
Want to give up.
I think as well this time around with such a huge jump in the player base as well, there's a lot of people who are coming in wanting to finish everything as quickly as possible or try to get the hang of everything and say that they can do it and then go back and keep getting all the rewards and things for it. But I think as well, because the player base, we had such a large jump from COVID, there's so much more variety and types of players now that have come over from other games. Not to say that the community is lessened or anything, but there's now a huge mix in.
I will actually counter that, and I will say that the community did seem to worsen, not by a lot, but it has worsened. And it's not something people like to hear, but it is. what it is, you know. I think it has worsened, at least slightly. Because just saying like people go, it is what it is. It's no longer the rule at this point. Because even I find myself more cursing and yelling at people for not knowing what to do. But that's also like after wipe number 30 or something like that. I don't know. I think it has worsened, and you can't say it hasn't. Maybe it's just me being like overly negative about it, but yeah. That's what I think. Oh. Goddamn. Well, I probably won't be fishing anytime soon anymore, so. Nope, I'm not doing Lobo skins. For how the community has worsened, well, as I said, in a slight way, I see it just happening more and more. That people get more like agitated when there's like, let's say there's a new tank and he doesn't do a wall-to-wall pull. People will get agitated and actually go and pull the rest. Stuff like that. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of influx of VTubers, but I cannot blame everything on VTubers, you know? That is just looking for an easy excuse, because, I mean, I am one and I have been playing the game for like 10, 11 years? Just count when it was released. Yeah, no, I think, which is just gonna be my opinion, of course, with the entire influx of WoW players, I think that's where it went wrong, mostly. Not wrong, but where you saw this minor shift and suddenly I start seeing more people that are like leaving halfway dungeons, going like, oh, your DPS isn't good, or haha, you're not pulling wall to wall. It's like, my man, no offense to you, but this is a video game. I am here to quote unquote waste my time and try to have a good time while doing it. Because if I have to say it's the VTuber thing, then my opinion on that would be Final Fantasy is pretty much a VTuber game. I mean, you can be a furry, you can be a bunny, you can be just human, you can be sexy, you can be big elf, you can be sexy brick guy. I mean, it's, let's say all the stereotypes are there for VTubing, so in that perspective I will have to say you're wrong, probably, because I'm not going to blame VTuber influx for that. But I will never say I don't like new players. What I do hate is new players who ruin it for others. Like, it's the same with the entire what was it again? The entire the game is hard part. I'm looking at that and I'm like, these are people that either haven't played for a long time or just want shit thrown at them constantly. And both don't work. And then I am reminded of WoW, where everyone is apparently like, oh, it's like people believe WoW is a hard game, and I can play WoW with like a hand behind my back almost. That's how hard the game is. Was, sorry, when I left it. I will say was, because I did leave the game. And I don't think they increased a lot in difficulty. Like, that is my beliefs. Like, I don't think WoW increases in difficulty. They just slap extra HP on a boss, and then everyone is going like, difficulty increase, yay. That's all I see. I would say I got nothing against WoW players, but I do have a lot against WoW players. Because most of them seem to be at least willing at first to actually be in a group. And then the moment you are in a group, they are doing everything in their power to kick you as fast as possible. That's how a WoW player is to me. Let's go do some dungeons, alright? Let's go do dungeons. Wow, your DPS is crap. Kick. Okay, why did you even ask me to come do dungeons? You didn't pull the entire room because you were afraid of one thing? Kick. Or just the normal, your trash kick. Oh, one of my friends is joining, kick. All those things. Like, I see that a lot less here. But with the influx of WoW players, I have seen that increase as well. With the increase of of WoW players, the toxicity of the game went up. Maybe it's just like the new generation of like raiders and like people who act like that finally just settled it and went like, yeah, no, we're gonna play and we're gonna play our way at that point. But it still is for me weird to see that like after like this people who make a kill for a friend party and then they can barely get past cats 2. It's a problem because you're basically already advertising it wrong because nobody got killed, and then they disband the party. It will get you frustrated and question a lot of things, but because I can be honest, for me it just destroyed raiding in PF completely. Like, it's the 7th, 8th group I join, and they there we go. Shinna has had city tries again in a raid. Group disbanded. Like, I used to be able to sit in a group for almost an entire day, like when we did Prague on Heidelin, which is... was it Antwalker? Antwalker, I think, yeah. Which is Antwalker, then it's just like, yeah, there I think I went with with one friend because I was healer and he wanted to like find groups quicker, like just fine to me. So he went in as DPS, but both of us learned for like, we sat in one group for 8 hours straight learning the fight. Just 8 hours straight, one group. And now when I go through this, it's like, oh yeah, 4 pools, done. That is basically what I cannot stomach. That is one of the changes I have seen. So yeah, it's just you can't. That is like the wrong statement that I will say from then. Like saying it hasn't like people are still that friendly, and it hasn't changed. I will say it has changed, and that is not only in like. Because that is usually the point they're going to make. It's like, it's not in Savage. It's in Party Finder. And I never had that problem before in a Party Finder. Until after the entire WoW Brigade came over, now I suddenly have this problem. And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck did just happen? And I don't hate WoW, don't get me wrong, I love WoW. I have been playing it for a long time. I left because they started screwing it entirely up, too much RNG and all that shit. So I left. Why was all the RNG there? So that kiddies started spending more money on WoW tokens. And the game half of the time became unplayable without WoW tokens. Like, you can't tell me that one of the world first races in WoW is even achievable without WoW tokens at this point. Like, if you don't have WoW, if you don't have like a company behind you that is willing to throw thousands and not thousands and thousands, probably a good amount of WoW tokens against the world first race. And then they have analysts sitting there as well, data miners probably as well, to try and learn all the mechanics before they are even released. I think the Zeppla reacting to Xeno comparing the world first races is the perfect video to explain my thoughts mostly on it, because I'm with Xeno on that one. You can say it is fair, but it isn't. Like they say it's for everyone. No, it's not. Because if I would like, let's say I will put all my money I have into a raid team that the raid team that I have now, and I would take them with me to try and world first it. You know what's gonna happen? Nothing. It's wasted money. I don't have the analysts for it. I don't have the right raid mind for it either. Because I don't see mechanics that well. I don't have 3 or 4 analysts sitting on the side looking in at a fight like, oh yes, they have to do this here, they have to do that there. I'm not gonna have all of that. So yeah, it's... For Final Fantasy, I would say the chances are bigger to do that. But I would say it's still unfair. Especially now that they have come over to the Final Fantasy side as well for world first races. Like, what was it again? one of the teams started it. One of the teams now got sponsored. Echo or something like that now got sponsored in Final Fantasy as well to make world first races. I think they got clapped though by another team, if I remember correctly. Well, not clapped, they weren't the world first, let's keep it at that. I don't know what number they were in like the race. I would also be more interested in the ultimates, cause I think Savage World First is more of a... It's the minor of the two titles. If you know what I mean. Like the Ultimate World First is... Yeah, that's a big deal. Well, bigger deal. Yeah, ever since the influx of players, which I normally say it's a good thing, that is the thing I have been noticing the most. And I still think it's funny also that people say like Zepla, heart of the community and all that. My question always was, why is she heart of the community? Because she is friendly on stream? Like a lot of streamers are. But yeah, they made her like head of the game for like, not head of the, poster girl of the game. That's it. Until she basically gave up. Did she finish top? I don't think she finished top. Until top broke her. And then she went back to WoW. Mostly WoW. And then she started even saying stupid stuff like... I'm not gonna go into it. But yeah, she said some stupid stuff about the world first races and all that, and I'm like, ma'am, please. Are you actually saying that these groups are gonna play fair during a world first? Nobody does. Everybody wants to have the advantage and win. Well, yeah, just a lot of sayings and people suddenly like becoming... What was it? She was heart of the party. Yeah, she was heart of the party for one expansion, I think, which was Antwalker. No, Shadowbringers probably, and then Antwalker, so 2. And then she vanished back to WoW. Which I was like, alright. So far for a heart of the party. Just fucking off. Hey! Gedaan! Hey. I said it's like, It's a little bit, as I said, as Zeno was talking about it, she takes a lot of out of context and makes her own fluff over it. And she did the same, like, not gonna lie, her being at that point, like, together with Richard and Asmongold probably didn't do any harm to her channel either. Because as far as I remember, she was like a pretty unknown streamer by that time. And suddenly Asmongold and Richard showed up, and she was suddenly this known streamer and the heart of the face of the game. Sorry, I keep calling her like heart of the party. It's kind of funny, but you know. It just gets a little bit frustrating after a while, you know. To constantly hear shit like that. She is such an important part of our community, and me sitting there, who is this again? Like the first time people showed me Zeppela, that was literally my response. I'm sorry, who is this? Like, no offense to Zeppela, but that was literally my first response. Like, people went like, "Have you seen Zeppela?" And I was sitting there like, "Who?" Yeah, it's crazy, to be honest, how quickly people jump on like certain things. She is the face of the community. Who is this even you're talking about? I never heard of her. She just seems like a woman that is obsessed with fucking bunny boys. That was all it looked to me. Every time there was a rabbit on screen, she would go wild, scream a little bit, and to me it was like, alright, it's a woman who likes bunnies. Okay. Not the most original of things. So yeah. I think that is one of the things that pisses me off as well, when people go like, when people started giving like titles to other people, like, "Ah yes, you are the heart of the party." No. Instead of saying like Zeppela, face of the game, or heart of the game, or whatever, it just said Zeppela, streamer. No, nothing more. Zeno, I mean, everyone calls Zeno just the bald American. It's not like warrior main man mode, Zeno, like, no. We don't do that here. Yeah, no, you use your AoEs way too late, buddy. Uh. Yeah, that's my quick opinion on it. Even though none of my opinions are quick to explain. There's always some kind of rant involved. Yep. I need to touch all of them. Who am I kidding? I always rant. Why did you provoke? Moving on. And there we go. Last boss. Oh wait, not yet. Damn it. First two monkeys. And the bolts of lightning, very, very frightening me. Huh? told to target it? Okay, so I told you to target it 4 or 5 times in a row. And you just went like, no, I even clicked it. And there you go, all done. There you go. Like, I inherently have nothing against anything, but yeah. But I have had something against it. It's not like true hatred. Just like, I don't like this. So yeah, that is a lot of the thing that I'm going like, it's just silly at this point. But then again, a lot of things are. I think that's where one of the problems just lie. It's like, for like the, as I said, for like the toxicity perhaps in game, it's like maybe it's just people who come from other games and are used to it from over there, or like are used in other games that people act like that, so they're going like, oh, let's act there as well like that, and I'm like, no. So they just need to settle in, or it's already people going like, ah yes, everybody does this. Or I've seen this once, so everybody does like this. It's like, no, we don't actually.
I have also come to the conclusion, am I the or any sort of like boyfriend, girlfriend, crazy discussion or marriage, anything on Reddit, I'm like, some dude just made this up. This is too outlandish. Most of the time you click on their like previous posts, and it's equally ridiculous things on other subreddits, and you're like, okay, sure.
The one that's killing me recently is there will be a post that does pretty well, and somebody who's like a Basement Columbo will get in there and be like, this is an amalgamation of 3 other posts that have done really well 3 years ago. They've just gender swapped everyone and spliced these 2 stories together. Here are the links. It kills me. This story's already happened. They just changed some of the details.
I have also...
I mean, you can't say that for every story. I'm actually curious after this one, so you can watch with me. I'm gonna see you for Xenos clear at M2.
That ending's pretty cool, actually.
Just don't heal the boss on that easy.
Yeah, who hit the boss?
I did once, I still don't know why. It was either I got flipped over the ground enemies, or whoever was stacking me was
That was the difference. Unfortunately.
No, it was me and you, and I have no idea how we healed. I guess we were close or something? Is this...
What was this? Was this splash? I think I'm in out spread.
In out spread, yeah. If it's not, it's not.
Oh my god, I keep forgetting about that. God damn it. I keep forgetting about that, man. I'm spamming my gap closes.
Cookie! Oh my god, man!
Sorry about that. Hello, all good.
You know, we were getting Final Fantasy there for a second.
I'll not sure whether the replay after the last game.
Look, the first 2 I have my wings and stuff.
Yeah,
so
I'll
always pack.
Yeah, I'll use 2 for the better than for
Okay.
Sweet magic area.
Out, rotate, and rotate, and then melees don't get free. Wait, hold on. What is it?
Melee don't get free.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Me and Nevi already have 2, so the range has to rotate a bit.
There's a lot of people with 2 for some reason.
Yeah, even Madoka.
Oh, but there's a lot of people with 0.
That's a bit unlucky. Yeah, but
I just take.
Yeah, but that means that your melees might have to downtime one of them. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'll take the first.
I'll just downtime this right now. I'm just gonna downtime this right now.
Madoka, take that one. Madoka. Okay.
So I'll take the one northwest.
Near 1.
Madoka can take one.
There's one, head.
Out. Near the top here. Watch the hearts.
So what boys? Dude, we kind of live together.
You can't get over there.
Actually, it's direct.
You have time. You have 2 as well.
Go shot over the pen.
No? I'll go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And watch the hearts. Okay, watch.
In, out, rotate.
Watch the...
Out. Rotate.
I battle. Famous earlier fight to them.
This one is Tango might take them out. That should be Buster and then Group Charlie.
See everyone?
Okay.
See?
Right.
E.
Yeah, worked out quite well. Let's wait a bit here. Okay, move to 2, above 2. Even above this one. You keep going.
I'm just going up here, man.
We're just keep
Wait.
going, guys.
And then go.
You're fine here. Over here.
Yeah, Delta's fine.
Yeah, sorry, sometimes I gotta cut through the fucking middle.
Oh, that was nice. That was good. got good RNG on this one. Second beat, if you have nothing,
You have
go
battle?
behind.
Stay
Oh,
stay
yeah,
behind. Behind the block. Really behind the block for these. I have blue for these.
You have one stack, you have to take a tower.
Yeah.
Take a tower in your quadrant, right?
It's a drop.
It stairs at the end.
You have an AD, you want?
I'm taking this tower here on Delta.
Did I actually get hit by that fucking
Options
arrow?
roughly 20 seconds.
They hit sides.
Bro. Sides and pairs.
Sides in pairs. Pairs enter cardinals, don't forget.
We'll heal the boss.
Who hit the boss?
I did.
I got adult for this. You're fine.
We're fine, we're fine.
I don't know how I got hit. I guess I took the stacks over here.
I love this, his chat there.
Pairs. Choose to go inside mechanics and then go out for your AoE. If you're in the same color, you can hit both of them.
Don't be fat.
Yeah, pretty much. Don't be white.
You're good, dude. Over.
Make sure you don't go to that color.
No one see.
But they're both of that color, so it's okay. It can't happen yet.
But no, I'm that color.
No.
Oh my fucking Christ, I'm serious. Ugh, I didn't look at that one, man. Damn, I'm getting hit by some shit I shouldn't be getting hit by, man. Fuck. Yeah, that's kind of...
I got him.
Second on that guard. Okay.
Nah, that's fine, it's fine. I'm just gonna
make
vote.
sure you're back.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
After this, it's pairs. Foggy in, out, pairs. No, sides and pairs. Enter cardinal.
Do you want to send an LB earlier or no?
Save it. I think we saved it. We
Save
didn't
it.
really have.
We only had one here, last time was two here, so like...
Okay, focus on the
also
next
had
part.
one. Back to the back of the block.
I have
Back to the block.
This is the defamation.
sports.
Do the mechanic first.
Oh,
That's
at the end.
Right. It's out, rotate,
Out, rotate, in.
out,
Yeah.
rotate.
And then support out. Rotate and in. Support out. During three towers. 3, 2, 1, go.
It is in, out, rotate, out, rotate.
Then DPS out. Out. Rotate. Then DPS out. Look at your towers. Go.
Do you want me to paint this up for me? Oh. It's in, out, spread. In, out, spread.
Watercolor.
Do you want me to paint
Green
this?
white.
I have reprisal.
I'll paint them. No little.
Okay. Save all your mids for the next shit, please.
Do you have add-on for this?
No.
Okay, I add-on this, and then you add-on in between in the mechanic.
Give me a safe shake.
For Great White?
Yeah, save it. Go on your max melee. Now? It's not, right?
Add-on this.
Rock
I
and
will
tree.
reply to the
Yeah, this is damage. Yeah, this is a lot of damage. Okay.
Okay, I'm popping wings in just a second.
It's Trank and Ball. Trank and Ball. We can go, yeah?
Yeah.
Next one is
Wait for
Jin.
AoE.
Wait for
Jin and
AoE.
Mythic.
Jin and Mythic. After this, after what comes.
Let me know when you want to shake.
Jin and Mythic. Next one is Craig and Mark.
There's a raid
Wait,
right
no,
now.
after the raid. After.
I'm gonna use shake
Make
now.
sure we have something here.
Craig,
Make sure we
Craig,
handle this.
I'm gonna go from rapper 15. Just wait. Wait, Craig.
I'm not moving, bro.
Okay, go, come.
Have some faith in me.
Okay, wait for the airweed.
All mid.
All mid.
I want mid to have my
I have reprisal.
No. Let's make sure we have some. We have. Okay, wait.
I have wheels in
Okay,
here.
get us stop.
Go. Take
Alright, come in.
Melee LB.
Whoever needs to get.
Yeah, I'll need melee LB.
Yeah, I'm doing.
Over.
Alright, this thing's dead, guys. Well,
Yes.
Yay, we did it! Alright, do the loot shake. If you're not taking loot, exit right now.
I'll be your queen bee, honey, be lovely. I'll be your one-time royal champion. I think I messed up the second words. Love me again until the end.
Oh yeah, it's all of them there. Why does he use shake from the start though?
Oh god. God. Fuck that up.
Out and threats. Far and pairs. Pairs. Baby rage. Massive prince. Sours. To one.
You don't really lose
Nothing.
much there, actually, if you do it right. I think you're guaranteed to lose a tomahawk, or you're guaranteed to lose one unless you get lucky with, like,
Alright, Dream phase 1, come on now, Dream phase 2.
like, if the first spot he goes is in a direction that you need to get knocked,
Gonna
then
be
that's a
in
pretty easy.
with either pairs or spreads.
But there's only like a 25% chance, I guess.
Lotions. In and pairs, yeah. There's gonna be knockback. Knockback with spreads. I'm on the left. Spread. Lady Rage, I think? Yeah. Next is 2 or 4, I think. No. Tag team.
Yes.
Charlie.
I didn't hear you, but I didn't pick up on that.
Ready, call for spread.
Out and spread.
Oh shit.
Sorry,
I got Jen. I got Jen.
Okay, I got Pucci. 1 second.
Baby rage.
I'll shake it. Kalen Pucci.
Yeah, I got it.
2 or 4?
4, yes. 4.
Me and Madoka to 3 after.
Get first.
Yeah.
I don't have heal for you in between.
It's fine, you don't need him to.
I'm more like to top us. Right?
Look at the mechanic then. It's spread with knockback. Not the one.
So down spread.
I'm slow as
I'll get him. I'll get him.
Okay.
Don't forget potions soon.
I'll bet it.
Looking a bit tight.
No, no, we're fine. Just keep going.
Potions and time.
Oh. Alright, that's...
Support first. On 2.
I think it's just the weather mostly, but god damn, I'm like getting
Wait,
sleepy. I also had a very
Go Madoka. Yeah, be quick.
restless sleep,
I'm healing. Go, 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 go.
like only an hour or
Okay,
so.
go, correct.
An hour or two of sleep, so yeah.
Wait a second here. I see a second.
I'm gonna have you covered. It's a bit low.
Okay, go. Just let it reach you.
Pop that signal, man. Fuck. Alright.
I confused the animation of them lighting up to me blocking it. So it's kind of weird.
I'll move.
But I don't want to stop really after just 6 hours of stream, because I need a nap. You know what I mean? But I might have to, because my eyes are just like starting to shut on their own.
Pairs at the end. Pairs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go out. Then deep. Deep. Then pairs. Not back pairs. I will come back to you, try.
You can walk forward, quick.
Yeah.
Tag team 2, right? The silent one.
Should be.
4. Look at your chains. I'm alpha as well.
Bait.
Wait for the bombs. Wait. No, not too far.
Yeah, 4 by the way.
I'm 4.
What? Oh, I guess I was in the wrong.
Away, and
Spread. And pairs.
Okay, away and pairs.
I'm forward, quick.
Right mark.
Pairs?
Pairs,
Oh
pairs.
my god. Sorry, David. I got him.
I might need the DPS, I'll be.
Just chill for now.
Can you Benny me so I can cast?
Yeah, I got him.
I know you covered it all now.
Maintenance?
Yeah, I was more so I didn't want to like these things.
There's a Xeno involved.
Yeah.
And the next one will be my involved.
I don't have Benny.
What's happening here? The merry-go-round?
Yeah.
We're good, we're good, we're good. Here, I can take it back.
Remember support, right? DPS that at the end, top sprint. Remember to move on the snapshot. On 2. pairs.
I got this.
I'm just very, very tired at the moment.
And the buff is Xeno,
I don't know, you could just keep it.
Should have slept more.
What's next? The towers.
Yes.
Yeah. Look at A. To three. Then go back near the middle. Don't go too far. Be careful. Cross.
Income.
You also have LB.
Back behind the boss, I guess.
Doable, yeah? It's very doable.
Have you went again, train?
Yeah,
Yeah, we got it.
After 2 minutes. After 2 minutes. Just remember the out and in after the fifth spam damage. Maybe.
Come on.
Let's go, boys.
Don't let him drink. Oh, he drank.
Do this mechanic, man.
I guess all it took was for you to abandon me.
Yeah, we did it! Yay! We did it!
Clear for
Guys, we
them.
did it! Clear for X! Clear for me!
Everyone else can stay for the twine, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have a nap most likely. Right now my mind is going, let's go to sleep. That's a good idea, and I'm sitting here but I don't want to sleep. So it just became like me fighting my body, going like, I don't want to sleep but I have to sleep. Oh, that's just I'm asleep stream. You know what? We're not reading anyone. I'm going to have a nap, sorry guys. But I had a very early morning, I had very little sleep, and I need to take a nap. Or at least lay down for a little bit, because my eyes are just closing while I'm playing or I'm watching the game, so yeah, I'm actually gonna call it here for me today. Might be back tonight. I don't think so, because if I go to sleep now it's like 7 p.m. at least when I'm back, but I might be back tonight, and if I'm back I'll probably play some Civilization or like another game. Just to chill out and sit down, and chill out, and like don't really do anything special except just talk to you guys, so yeah. Hopefully see you then. Bye bye.